We have a quorum of the Commissioners' Court and call this court to order. All legal notices have been posted. This court is duly called. Can I get a motion to close the court for the September term?
So move.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any unreadiness? All those in favor, let it be known by using the sign of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Chairs in the affirmative. Can I get a motion to open the court for the October term?
So move.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any unreadiness? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of voting.
Aye.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Chairs in the affirmative. Bailiff, will you please open the court?
All rise. The Dallas County Commissioners Court is now in session for the October 2024 term. The Honorable Commissioner John Wiley Price presiding. Please remain standing for the invocation.
Aaron, why is it echoing? You okay? No, it's talking. It's okay? Okay. Let's see, it's echoing though.
Echo?
Again?
Yes, there's an echo.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure it's okay. Okay, think that got it. Okay, thank you. The invocator today is my guest, Pastor Jermaine Simpson. He serves alongside Bishop Jeffery D. Thomas Sr. at the Mount Rose Church for many years. He has been in ministry for his entire adult life, loves God and people of God with all his heart. He served as a chaplain for then elected Dallas County Constable Ed Wright, and when he was enlisted in the U.S. Army Reserves, he was a chaplain assistant for his unit. At one time, City of Dallas Code Compliance Officer, he has found ministry in everything he does because he feels ministry is saying serving. He also worked at Dallas MetroCare Services, formerly Dallas County MR, and other agencies that provide services to those with mental illness and developmental delays. With a full understanding that we are all God's children and we are all called to be of service one to another, he lives his life with this conviction and with the scripture John 13:35, by this shall all men know that ye are my disciples, if ye have love for one another. Pastor Simpson, thank you for joining us this morning.
No problem. Thank you. Let us pray. Father, we come to you in the name of Jesus, thanking you for this day, thanking you for this elected body of officials. What a privilege to be elected, and even greater privilege to serve. This position of public service is an honor, as they are given a tremendous amount of responsibility, and as the Bible declares, to whom much is given, much is required of them. As these leaders of Dallas County serve their constituents, we ask that you allow them to continue and lead with integrity, to lead strategically, and most of all, to lead with compassion. Allow ideas and positions to be communicated clear and concise for the betterment of the people that are being served. Allow camaraderie and a spirit of unity to exist even when difficult decisions must be made. But in all our ways, we're going to acknowledge you, and we know that you will direct our paths. That's according to your word. Continue to give leadership, continue to give insight, continue to give vision to these leaders. Lord, and mostly bless their households as they serve our households. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you,
Pastor.
Pastor Simpson. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this edition of the Dallas County Commissioners Court. We'll be dealing with those matters that are on the agenda that have been previously briefed. Any other items will be on a future court's consideration. We do have for 10 o'clock County Clerk's archive fee. We will begin with resolutions, and I have the privilege of having been the eldest member of the court and the ranking member, and that's a nice way of saying being old. I've been around here for a while. Present the first resolution. Dr. Jeffery Barnard, you want to come forward, please? And with your wife, is there anybody else from the medical examiner's office here? See, they sent you down here by yourself, doctor. Okay, good. This resolution reads, And what sets Dr. Barnard apart is that he's hands-on and carries a caseload equal to his medical examiner's team. Whereas the citizens of Dallas County are fortunate to have seasoned professionals in critical positions who perform their daily functions in a tradition of duty, integrity, and excellence. And whereas Dr. Jeffery Barnard is a sterling example of the same who commenced as the deputy medical examiner with the Southwest Institute of Forensic Science in Dallas in 1987, and by 1991 was promoted to chief medical examiner. And whereas Dr. Jeffery Barnard began his service on the grounds of the old Parkland Hospital on Harry Hines Boulevard and later orchestrated the expansion of the office, which moved into a new state-of-the-art facility on Stemmons Road in 2011. And whereas Dr. Jeffery Barnard increased the size of the office to include 14 medical examiners, 2 forensic pathology trainees, and support staff in response to meeting the rising demands of Dallas County, which saw autopsies double from 2,340 in 1991 to 4,497 in 2023. And whereas Dr. Jeffery Barnard has been passionate about constant improvements in service delivery and rigorously sought and obtained accreditation from nationally recognized bodies and is currently the officer of the Texas Forensic Sciences Commission, which investigates allegations of negligence or misconduct in the field. And whereas Dr. Jeffery Barnard has managed substantive change in forensic pathology to reduce turnaround time on investigating and solving criminal cases, sexual assault kits, and the review of cold cases to bring resolution to long-term unresolved cases. And whereas Dr. Jeffery Barnard has worked in numerous mass casualty events, including the 2005 Hurricane Rita bus fire, the 2013 fertilizer plant explosion in West, the July 7th, 2016 ambush of police officers in downtown Dallas, and most recently the COVID-19 pandemic that stretched medical examiners' offices across the nation and the world. And whereas Dr. Jeffery Barnard received his undergraduate and medical degrees from Texas A&M, completed his anatomic and clinical pathology residency at Scott and White Hospital in Temple, he furthered his studies and completed his forensic pathology fellowship at the Suffolk County Medical Examiner's Office in New York. And whereas Dr. Jeffery Barnard has held numerous academic positions and is currently a professor of pathology at the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center and has authored numerous articles, abstracts, book chapters, and co-authored several books. And whereas Dr. Jeffery Barnard is married with 2 children and with plans to enjoy more writing, fishing, and spending time with his family, therefore be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does now stand with the citizens of Dallas County and forensic professionals around the nation in bidding congratulations and best wishes to Dr. Jeffery Barnard as he retires after 37 years of outstanding service as the Dallas County Medical Examiner, and I so move.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any readiness? All those in favor, I'm trying to figure out if I'm gonna call the question. All those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, his wife threatened me. The ayes have it, and it is carried. Chair's in the affirmative. Mr. Martin?
Yeah, I just have to say a few words about Dr. Barnard, who's been a stalwart department head here at Dallas County for the last 37 years. I've had the pleasure of working with him for the last 15 years that I've been here. But he is the kind of department head that is hands-on, both literally and figuratively. Literally, whether he's cutting bodies in the morgue or helping fix air conditioning units, and figuratively when he's fighting me over budgetary issues. But that's the kind of department head he is, and I'm gonna miss him. I'm gonna miss the phone calls from Dr. Barnard, who never asked for permission. He always asked for forgiveness. His first sentence when he would call is, "Darryl, let me tell you what I did." And then he'd go on and tell me what he did. But that's the kind of person Dr. Barnard is. He is the kind of department head that anyone would want in a department such as this, that's that busy, with that kind of caseload, with that kind of just the kind of attention that's brought on that kind of facility. You need a person like Dr. Barnard in charge. And what I loved about him is he created a succession plan. So he has someone who's ready to step in his place, and someone he's trained. So take note from this guy.
Yeah.
He's the kind of guy you want in place right now. So he's gonna be missed, and I wanna thank you. I also wanna thank his wife and his children and his grandchildren for allowing him to take our calls on weekends and holidays, and anytime we called, he would answer in his old ornery self, but he would answer and begin to tell us what he's going to do. So for that, Dr. Barnard, I just want to say thank you for all your service and all your work with us here at Dallas County. We appreciate you.
I would like to say, too, that he was a person that you could count on. If you made a phone call there, you know that he would have an answer. He'd have the right answer. If he didn't have it, he'd find it. But that was just very much appreciated.
Doctor?
Doctor?
I think I'd rather be arguing budgets. This is much more uncomfortable than being in an argument about things. Thank you very much. You know, it's hard to believe in some respects it's been 37 years, although other days it seems like it's been longer than that. You know, they say that if you do something you love that you've never worked a day in your life. Well, as a forensic pathologist, I've never worked a day in my life. As the director and chief medical examiner, I think I've worked 33 years, 3 months, and 1 day. It's been challenging. It's been rewarding. We've accomplished a lot. I do appreciate the support the court has given me. If somebody was expecting for me to take shots at the court, it's not true, because they understood that I was working for the taxpayers, and there are times that you didn't get what you wanted, but everybody thinks that everything they asked for they should get. So I understand that, and they've been very supportive. I do think we're leaving the office at a far better place than where we started. And you know, I'll take credit for being the vision person. I had the goal of where we need to be, but having a vision and getting it done are two different things. And so the two people that I'd like to recognize and thank first is the best hire I ever made. First hire and best hire, and that's Kathy Self. You know, she was able to take my vision and find ways to make it work. And so I owe her a great debt. Second is my wife, Terry. When I took this job, I took it 100%. And unfortunately, when I would go home, the concerns did not stay at the office. So besides raising the kids, she had to be the anchor, and she had to keep me centered. And so, frankly, I think maybe they worked harder for this resolution than I did. I may have been the hardest of the three that she had to take care of. But I do appreciate very much this resolution, and I thank you.
Well, Doctor, you know, as I said, Terry, I know you got something you want to since you threatened me, so come on to say that.
No threats. I just want to thank Dallas County for giving him the opportunity to have this career. It was his dream to be a forensic pathologist, and the fact that we ended up back in Dallas, I'm a native Dallasite, it was just perfect for all of us. I want to thank you for the support that you've always given, particularly you, Commissioner Price. You've been there from the very beginning, and we appreciate it. The family appreciates it. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm the only one around here that remembers the old Parkland and driving in the back and going through this. Let me just tell you, and the first thing he did, you're going to find it interesting when he designed the new building, is he put in a lift. What most of us just deal with cars, how you jack cars up. He used to have to get under the car. If they found a car that had gone off in the river, he had to get up under the car, jack it up, and crawl up under. I mean, some of the things that they used to do, it's just unbelievable. And he made it through that. So when he designed this new building, he went in there and put a lift in. I'll never forget, he took me back and he says, see, I can get the car, the wrecker can drop the car in on here and it can go up and I can work it. Yeah. And he didn't have to be on his back. Let me just say, Doctor, thank you. And as I think Mr. Martin said it best, you know, on the weekends when we get calls from, you get bodies from everywhere, from out of town, we get other commissioners or people calling saying, hey, you know, you got a body up there in Dallas, da, 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 da. So I'd call Dr. Barnard, and he said, hey, I'll call you back. And his voice usually was rough, but he's always been rough. I mean, you know, so, yeah, I don't blame you. That job, yeah, I understand. But thank you, Terry, thank y'all, as you said, for just being accessible. Most people don't understand. We talk about elected officials, but a lot of those are appointed officials, like, you know, medical examiners, budget directors, you know, court administrators. We call on the weekend. I mean, we call on the weekends. They don't get a chance to just say they show up 8 to 5. I love these people who always talk about, oh, the job is 8 to 5. I don't know no 8 to 5 job. And so thank you for the sacrifice and all you've done.
I will say that someone had to explain to me what work-life balance was, because I didn't understand that at all.
I still don't, but I got it.
Dr. Sorry, please.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I'm sorry. Dr. Barnard, thank you so much for your service. You know, I'm one of those rare people who got to see it from all sides. I actually got to cross-examine Dr. Barnard on a number of occasions in my legal field. Apparently, my cross-examination was so good that when I came and introduced myself first time as the commissioner, I pointed out that I had cross-examined him a few times, and he said, "Did you?" Yes, I did. Anyway.
I don't remember that. I remember saying, "Was I nice?"
But I also want to say that, you know, within the first few months, I had suggested some ideas, and Dr. Barnard embraced those ideas and changed, and it was wonderful to see, just from all perspectives. Thank you, Dr. Barnard.
And Doctor, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for serving Dallas County for 37 years. Medical examiner is not an easy job, especially because Dallas County serves, you know, and works with many other municipalities. And you have been the lead, not only the North Texas region, but the state. And let me tell you, as the chair of the New Friends, New Life opportunities, when it was about prostitution, when it was about identifying corpses, when it was remains, your office was always there. When Dr. Andy Stouffer did the mass for all the unclaimed, you know, bodies that Dallas County had, you always provide the list on time, ready for them to be honored the way they need it. When we talk about testing raping kids, you know, working with the legislator and women that, you know, wanted to see what was of the cases that they had, your office always worked with us. When we talk about people that wanted to know the results from the autopsies of their beloved ones because they needed to be transported to other countries, your staff was always there. When my father-in-law was one of those cases, you know, you were sure that, that it was prepared in a respectful way so he could travel for days. So his wish of being buried in Mexico could come true. I know that our family really appreciates your professionalism, your vision, and more importantly, your kindness with, humans that, hey, alive or deceased, we all have rights and deserve respect. Thank you so much for your hard work.
And before I do anything, I want to, Terry, your threats worn off, so I'm gonna do a motion to reconsider.
So I can vote for you.
I'm gonna do a motion to reconsider. So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And I want to join that and make it unanimous. And Doctor, I want to echo what my colleagues have said. I apologize for being late. I had a baby emergency this morning. Nothing serious, but maybe a little late. But I'll always remember the work you did during West and all the disasters. You did incredible work. Your team did incredible work. I'll sadly remember responding to the shooting with you last year or 2 years ago. But I also remember just the graciousness that you had. I would call you pretty regularly for Muslim and Jewish families who were in a hurry to get an autopsy done so they could bury their loved one in accordance with their beliefs and religion. And you were always accommodating to them in their hour of need. So just can't thank you enough for the great work that you've done.
Just a huge thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Terry, I want you to know he said he wasn't going to leave until I left.
Commissioner Price is never leaving. Yes.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Bernard. Congratulations.
Thank you again. I think it's on you, Judge. It's yours.
I've got, yeah. And I have the next resolution. Pulling it up. Stephen Bridges with Workforce Solutions Greater Dallas is here for the Manufacturing Month, for the Manufacturing Month resolution. And that reads as follows. Whereas manufacturing is the backbone of the American economy, driving innovation, job creation, and economic growth, and is integral to the continued success of Dallas County, Texas, and the nation. And whereas October is recognized nationally as Manufacturing Month, a time to celebrate and acknowledge the critical role that manufacturing plays in economic stability, opportunity, and prosperity to communities across Dallas County. And whereas for the past 40 years, Workforce Solutions Greater Dallas has played an essential role in supporting our manufacturers by delivering customized workforce solutions, equipping residents with the skills, training, and resources necessary to build successful, sustainable careers in high-demand industries, and empowering local businesses to lead the nation in innovation. And whereas Workforce Solutions Greater Dallas has continually fostered partnerships between education, business, and industry, leaders to address workforce challenges, and ensure that Dallas County remains a competitive and thriving region for advanced manufacturing, creating opportunities for individuals to develop technical expertise and support their families through fulfilling and stable employment. And whereas the manufacturing sector in Dallas County employs thousands of dedicated workers, helping to produce goods that power our nation and stand as a testament to the resilience and ingenuity of our residents, who contribute daily to the growth and economic success of our region. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby proclaim October 24 as Manufacturing Month in Dallas County in recognition of the invaluable contributions of our manufacturers and the vital work of Workforce Solutions Greater Dallas on the occasion of their 40th anniversary in advancing the economic development and quality of life in our region, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Yes, sir. Want to say a few words?
Well, thank you so much. Stephen Bridges, I'm the Industry Communications Manager for Workforce Solutions Greater Dallas. And we'd like to thank Dallas County Judge Clay Lewis Jenkins, as well as the Commissioner's Court, for recognizing the manufacturing industry, as well as our ongoing efforts to support the industry initiatives. As a key industry that provides in-demand jobs for Dallas County residents, manufacturing is a critical industry for our local economy. Workforce Solutions Greater Dallas, we support that industry through initiatives that fuel the talent pipelines. For instance, Workforce Solutions Greater Dallas is the convener for the FAME program, which is the Federation for Advanced Manufacturing Education. It currently has 2 chapters in the Dallas area. We're in partnership with Dallas College. The program trains the global best in advanced manufacturing technicians. Now, this is an apprentice-style program with an earn and learn component, which takes students right out of high school and puts them to work for 3 days a week for a local manufacturer, and they go to school for 2 days a week attending class, all the while earning and learning and putting into practice the skills that they obtain. We also partner with the Dallas College and Dallas Regional Chamber to create industry sector partnerships. Now, this is going to allow us to speak, industry to speak with one voice, guiding both workforce programs and services, as well as education and training to better meet the needs of industry. And the Manufacturing Industry Sector Partnership will be launching very soon and provide the industry with a talent pipeline that's necessary to support a strong local economy. Again, on behalf of Workforce Solutions Greater Dallas and our Workforce Board, we want to thank the Judge and the Commissioners for your consideration and approval of this proclamation.
Judge, I'd like to ask, you keep saying Dallas College. I'd really like to get some more information with regards to where in Dallas College you're kind of embedded and planted, because Cedar Valley is located right in the heart of the inland port, and as a result, the logistics, and as we continue to try to recruit and secure manufacturing, we try to arrange that particular partnership, and especially our whole best Southwest.
Yes.
And as we've created, this court has created, along with a number of cities in the South, the LGC, the Local Government Corporation, it's going to be an imperative, because as we go after, seek those inland port dollars, we want manufacturing. One of the things I was surprised you didn't really say is that the difference between manufacturing and what happens in logistics, we're overrun with logistics.
Yes.
Manufacturing has a different multiplier effect than logistics.
Yeah.
And it is quite a different fuel, if you will, to the engine.
Correct.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, we have some great partnerships with the inland port. Matter of fact, we have an inland port job fair that we help host for them each year. And we partner with the Inland Port Transportation initiative that's going forward. And it's a great infusion with our South Dallas Workforce Center that's right there in Redbird Mall. And so the logistics industry is a sister industry to manufacturing, because if you make it, you've got to move it. And we realize that. So we definitely, that is one of the initiatives that we work with Dallas College as well, because we, Workforce Solutions Greater Dallas, we started this industry sector partnership initiative, and we heard that Dallas College was doing the same thing. We got our leadership together and said, you know what, it doesn't make sense for you to create an industry sector for each of these industries and us to do it separately. Let's work together and create one industry sector, well, multiple industry sectors for each sector, and logistics and transportation is definitely one of those, and it is housed right there in Cedar Valley, and we're definitely a partner with that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Good
and
to
thank
hear.
you very much. I wanted to add to what Commissioner Price had to say. The Garland area is a center for industrial, and it just happens to be that the mayor of Garland is here today. And so I know I've heard quite a bit about, what does it take? Where are we going? How do we make it more productive? How do we make it better for the residents? Not only Garland, but all of Dallas County. So, thank you very much for what you do. But what this is showing, I think, is that a lot of people are watching this because it is so important and it is central to keeping the money flowing where it needs to go and then working with our people. So thank you.
And more importantly, that is a multicultural, multilingual workforce that reflects the ethnicities makeup of Dallas County.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
All right, our next resolution is from Dr. Garcia.
Thank you so much, Judge, colleagues, members of the audience. The next resolution I'm very, very, very happy to present is to the Greater Dallas Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. I see President Ortiz here with the delegation from the chamber. He will introduce them. And I have to say, I say this publicly many, many times. After I became a dentist for the second time, graduated from Baylor College of Dentistry, now Texas A&M. Yeah, I mean Bears. And I started I bought the dental practice. One of the first things that I knew I had to do was serve. And as a young business owner, I thought, well, what a better way than serving the Greater Dallas Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. And it was an honor and a privilege. I got to meet a lot of people way before Mr. Ortiz and the new members, but it was there when I hear for the first time, ELBA, you should run for office. And as a Latina, as an immigrant, as a woman, I never thought that would be my cards, right? I mean, and that's exactly what I say, why me? And they told me, because you have everything to be a servant leader. And when people tell you this, you usually don't think about it until you start, analyzing who you are and what can you do to serve. And as a young dentist, well, I knew that mothers took the kids to the dentist and I could hear all the problems in the community. Well, in the chamber, I got the opportunity to hear all the problems in the business community. So, hey, after I talked to my family and told my sons, what would they think if I ran for office? Well, my youngest son said immediately, Mom, you like to complain about everything, you will be perfect. But then again, I needed a community support, and that was the hardest part. But I couldn't do it with the help of the community and the business community. And that's why the Greater Dallas Hispanic Chamber of Commerce holds a very special place in my heart. So the resolution reads as follows. Whereas the Greater Dallas Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, JDHHC, has consistently demonstrated a commitment to promoting, supporting, and growing the Hispanic and Latino business community in Dallas County since 1939. Whereas the Greater Dallas Hispanic Chamber of Commerce was established by a visionary group of 11 men and 1 woman at El Phoenix restaurant. These visionaries sought to develop and promote Hispanic-owned businesses in the Greater Dallas area, setting the foundation for a dynamic and supportive business environment. And whereas through its history, the Chamber has achieved numerous remarkable milestones, including securing $0.7 million in contracts in the 1960s, generated over $15 million in gross sales through the local economic development program in 1970s, and being recognized as the state and national Hispanic Chamber of the Year in the 1990s. And whereas the Greater Dallas Hispanic Chamber of Commerce has been instrumental in launching impactful programs which have provided critical resources to Hispanic business owners, Dallas County played a pivotal role in providing $1.9 million in American Rescue Plan Act funds, ARPA funds, for the Scale Up Success Accelerator Program. Thanks to this partnership, the program has proudly become free and accessible to all eligible minorities entrepreneurs, helping them reduce risk and improve business performance. And whereas Chamber President and Chief Executive Officer Rick Ortiz, along with his staff and board, have upheld their commitment to advocacy and economic development by continually adapting to the needs of the community. Every day, they expand their reach to foster a thriving and inclusive economic landscape in Dallas County. And whereas the Greater Dallas Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, with its 85 years of history, is the first chamber in the country aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, working to make Dallas a sustainable city through its program, the Empower CEO, and whereas after 85 years of profound impact, the Chamber's collaboration with Hispanic and Latino businesses had not only influenced local economic growth, but also has set precedent for minority business advocacy across the nation. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby extend its heartfelt congratulations to the Greater Dallas Hispanic Chamber of Commerce on the occasion of its 85-year anniversary. We wish the Greater Dallas Hispanic Chamber of Commerce continued success in their endeavors to uplift, empower, and protect the Hispanic and Latino businesses in the North Texas area and beyond. And I so move.
Second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Ortiz.
Thank you. Good morning, esteemed members of the Dallas County Commissioners Court. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for this great recognition. It is with profound gratitude that I stand before you today, along with Gabriela Carvalho, our Vice President of Economic Development, and on behalf of our Board of Directors, our dedicated members, and our hardworking staff. I'm honored to be recognized by this distinguished body, particularly for the resolution honoring our 85th anniversary. This significant milestone reflects the resilience, determination, and entrepreneurial spirit of the Hispanic community in Dallas County. Your acknowledgement not only celebrates our past achievements, but also inspires us to continue fostering growth and opportunity for all small businesses in our vibrant community. I would also like to take a moment to express my heartfelt thanks for the invaluable partnership we have formed with Dallas County and Grow America to launch the Scale Up Success Accelerator program. In the wake of the challenges posed by the pandemic, as you all know, many disadvantaged small businesses encountered unprecedented hardships. This program has emerged as a beacon of hope, equipping these businesses with essential tools, resources, and support to not just survive, but truly thrive. Together, we have forged pathways to success, empowering the entrepreneurs to scale their businesses, create jobs, and significantly contribute to the economic vitality of our region. The collaboration between the Greater Dallas Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Dallas County, and Grow America stands as a powerful example of what we can achieve when we unite our strengths and resources for the greater good. Once again, thank you for your support. I'd like to just kind of give you some of the numbers, some of the impact that's come from this. Small business out of the Scale Up program. Small business, we've grown out of the 101 graduates that are small businesses that have come through the Scale Up Success Accelerator program. 33.75% have average revenue growth. Or I'm sorry, they've averaged revenue growth of 33.75%. 52% jobs created out of the group. And then out of the team that's worked hard to put this together, 176 hours. Gabriela is a great example of the leadership. Since 2001 has been with the Chamber and has led the Scale Up Success Accelerator program, and the team working on the ground, working with these businesses for 176 hours since we launched the program, putting in a lot of time to really commit to these businesses. So once again, thank you for your support, your partnership, and your belief in the power of our community. Together, let us continue to pave the way for innovation, prosperity, and lasting impact in Dallas County.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ortiz. Ms. Carvalho, you want to say anything?
Good morning. Well, I just want to say thank you. We really appreciate the opportunity you have given us to the chamber and these entrepreneurs, and you will be so happy to see them thrive. We have actually the graduation November 8th. If you can join us, we'll be more than happy, and you can see them. I mean, increase on revenue, 33% post-graduation. That was January. We're in September. It's not even a year. They've created 50% growth on jobs, so it's incredible. And we thank you for the opportunity to provide us with the funds to be able to accomplish this.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Rick. And I know we're having a gala.
That's right.
Friday.
This Friday.
It's coming Friday. Rick, at what time? Remind me, it's in my calendar. but-
Friday, starting at 5 we have a reception starting right before the gala, and then the gala starts at 6.
At
So
the
Hilton Anatole Hotel,
Anatole
Chantilly
Hotel.
Ballroom. So we hope
We'll be
all of
there.
you can join.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay.
Hey.
In Friday, I will have the resolution. The next resolution is Commissioner Daniels.
Yes, Commissioner Daniels.
Thank you very much. The first one is, and I'm very proud to talk about addressing Mesquite's 20th year anniversary. And I think that there are a couple of people here who might want to come forward because they are ones that have been incredibly active continuously to see that Mesquite and what is good for its residents keeps on the front page. So thank you very much for coming. I'll read the resolution and then we'll listen to what you have to say also. Whereas the city of Mesquite, located in Dallas County, Texas, is a lively community celebrated for its rich heritage, cultural diversity, and unwavering commitment to enhancing the quality of life for all of its residents. And whereas Mesquite plays a vital role in the economic, social, and cultural landscape of Dallas County, driving growth and development through its businesses and community initiatives. And whereas Addressing Mesquite Day is an annual event collaboratively organized by the City of Mesquite and the Mesquite Ministerial Alliance, aimed at engaging residents, businesses, and organizations in exterior home repair projects that improve neighborhoods, support those in need, and foster civic pride and collaboration. And whereas in 2024, Mesquite proudly commemorates the 20th anniversary of Addressing Mesquite, celebrating 2 decades of active community engagement, service, and growth. And whereas since its inception, Addressing Mesquite Day has mobilized over 5,500 volunteers who have dedicated countless hours to various projects such as home repairs and beautification efforts, significantly enhancing the well-being of Mesquite's residents. And whereas these dedicated volunteers have worked on nearly 600 homes, completing over 1,400 projects that have greatly contributed to the betterment of Mesquite's neighborhoods. And whereas the dedication and commitment shown by the volunteers and organizers of Addressing Mesquite Day exemplify the essence of community spirit and service, strengthening connections among neighbors and enriching the overall quality of life within the city. And whereas the city of Mesquite, along with its partners, volunteers, and residents, has shown unwavering dedication to building a stronger, more resilient, and united community through initiatives like Addressing Mesquite Day, which will be held on October 5th, 2024. Now therefore be it resolved, the Dallas County Commissioners Court hereby recognize the important milestone celebrating the collaboration, compassion, and commitment embodied by addressing Mesquite Day. The event truly reflects the vitality of our community in the city of Mesquite and Dallas County. It stands as a testament to our shared efforts to improve the lives of our residents and to strengthen the connections that bring us all together. And here I have an asterisk that I happily represent a part of Mesquite, but also want to recognize that Commissioner Price shares in that representation. And I so move.
Second.
Hey, I share in that representation too. All
That's
those
true.
in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, motion carries.
The Mayor of Mesquite, Daniel Aleman Jr.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Good morning,
Good
Dallas
morning.
County Judge and Commissioners. Good to be here this morning, and thank you so much for this special recognition. I am standing here with a couple of ladies that spearhead this project and help us so much. Here to my left, Yolanda Wilson, and she's the Community Services Administrator. And then on my other side here, we have Stefania Ramirez, and she's the one that helps us in community engagement. Like you said, Commissioner, this started 20 years ago, a little over 20 years ago, and I am a mayor, but I'm also a pastor. And gathering with those pastors at that time, over 20 years ago, we were getting together and seeing what can we do to give back to the city. Because I believe that's so important for all citizens to try to find a way to give back. And we got together with our mayor at that time, Mayor Mike Anderson, years ago, and talking with them, talking with the city leaders, and we came up with this idea. And now we've done it for 20 years. Every year, first Saturday in October, gathering together with all kinds of groups. So it represents school groups, business groups, church groups, and the government as well, coming together, and we're all with a common purpose, helping those that are disabled homeowners, senior homeowners, veteran homeowners, those that need help sprucing up their homes. And what a joy it is to see all these groups come together. It's happening this coming Saturday, as you mentioned. And I just wanted to say thank you to all of you for this special recognition. But also, I just wanted to say thank you, Commissioner Daniel, because it doesn't go unnoticed. For several years now, I've seen you and your staff that come every year to take on one of those projects.
You're
If
right.
it's helping to paint a house, or if it's helping to, whatever it is, and we say thank you to you. So as I'm receiving this recognition, I'm receiving it on behalf of all these folks that do the work together. Psalms 133 says, "Behold, how good and pleasant it is when brethren dwell together in unity." And that's what we want to go after, unifying efforts to better our city. And then it says that's where God commands his blessing. So thank you again to each one of you for this special recognition. We have some special pins, commemorative pins that we want to leave with each one of you, and we do that at this time as well. Thank you so much, Commissioners and County Judge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
These are the happy things.
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
You want to come forward also?
Well, most of the
and-
time we're happy.
So good to see you. Thank you very much.
Hey, Mayor, it's so good to see you. Y vamos a ver ahora que abramos el centro de Mesquite. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Un placer, gracias.
Thank you for your service. Good to see you, Judge.
I'll leave her out. We'll see you on Saturday. We'll see you Saturday. Do you want to come forward and have a photo with us so that you can say, yes, we did this?
One more.
A picture
Thank you so
tells me.
much. Yes. Between two beautiful women.
Yep.
Thank you very much. And we'll see you Saturday.
And Judge, point of privilege, Mr. Mayor, within the next 45 days, we have not since the 1960s had a new county edifice
That's right.
in the Mesquite area.
Yeah, I just mentioned it.
And so within the next 45 days, we will dedicate a new completed courthouse and tax office on Galloway. And we thank the city of Mesquite for what we call not just a basic land swap, which bless you, in the coalition. But we thank you for as we partnered with this new venture that the city of Mesquite has understood and now made Dallas County do what I call a double move. And so thank you, and hopefully in the next court we'll show appreciation to your leadership, your city's leadership for that. And so we just want to say thank you. That courthouse is basically complete.
Yep.
And the only reason it hasn't been is because there was some supply chain challenges with regards to some electrical panels, but we're there now.
But we want to thank your staff, and we want to thank, obviously, our elected officials that are going to serve in that building, because what a better way to use taxpayers' money that provide the services that they deserve in a quality building that makes, part of Dallas County consolidation a reality, and it couldn't happen without your leadership. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner, for mentioning that. We're real excited about it. I drive by that building quite often. It looks beautiful. Looking forward to the grand opening, and hoping on that celebration time we come together, we can have some good Mesquite barbecue.
Oh.
See there, you wasn't supposed to say that.
All right.
No, I mean,
God bless you
It's
all.
in the queue.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
wow.
Oh, the second resolution I have is the 44th Annual Texas Hispanic Genealogical and Historical Conference Proclamation. And I think that there was somebody here.
Gus is here.
Gus is here. There he is. And people look at me and they go, why is this important? It's because Dallas County is such a place where a lot of people gather, and they have gathered for many, many years. So now the resolution reads as follows. Whereas on the 27th day of July, 1998, the Hispanic Organization for Genealogy and Research, Hogar de Dallas, incorporated in Dallas, Texas, for the purpose of cultivating interest in Hispanic genealogy, assisting in the research of Hispanic lineages, and supporting the genealogy section of the Eric Johnson Public Library and other libraries as deemed necessary. And whereas for 25 years, Hogar de Dallas has succeeded in their primary goal to provide a service of purpose by instilling pride in the heritage through its many services, such as the initiation of a college scholarship program based on Hispanic ancestry research, publication of an annual society journal since 1998, conducting Hispanic genealogy research workshops, providing historical heritage programs to Dallas ISD students, presenting Hogar de Dallas speaker series to the general public, participating with other Dallas organizations and nonprofit groups in various educational community projects and events, and hosting statewide genealogy conferences in Dallas. And whereas the Hispanic Organization for Genealogy and Research will host the 44th Annual Texas Hispanic Genealogical and Historical Conference on the 4th and 5th of October 2024 at the Renaissance North Hotel, offering a comprehensive exploration of the diverse cultural influences that have shaped the Hispanic history of Texas, providing speaker sessions that are designed not only to deepen the understanding of genealogical and historical roots, but also to hone research techniques that offer an exceptional opportunity for enthusiasts and scholars alike to connect, share insights, and foster a collaborative community dedicated to the preservation and appreciation of Texas Hispanic genealogy and history. Now therefore be it resolved, the Dallas County Commissioners Court hereby recognizes and congratulates the 44th Annual Texas Hispanic Genealogical and Historical Conference Proclamation, and it's being done here today, and I so move.
Second.
Second.
We got 2 seconds.
Sorry,
We're gonna have 3.
yield.
Summerman beat you to it that.
Okay. That's okay, Commissioner Sarver.
Sorry.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, motion carries unanimously.
And this is Gussie Nojosa.
It's a pleasure, thank you, and thank you for the 2 seconds. I think we are warranted that. On behalf of the board of Ogata de Dallas, and Ogata de Dallas is the Hispanic organization for genealogical and historical research. As noted, we've been around for over 25 years. Thank you, Dr. Daniel and the Commissioners Court for this great honor. We are pleased and honored to be sharing our history this coming weekend. It is the 44th Annual State Conference, so we will be having attendees from all over the state, and our speakers represent 2 different countries and 14 different states. So we are really bringing a lot of people together this coming weekend. We welcome the court and anyone else here to join us. Prior to the founding of the Republic of Texas, the Spanish, indigenous, and mestizo population were in Texas, and we are foundational to the state prior to the founding of the Republic. Our theme this year is Somos Texas, we are Texas, and we will have lectures on the indigenous, the Spanish, and the mestizo. And for those who don't know what mestizo is, it is the Spanish and indigenous intermingling of cultures and of genetics, which are important to our research. So it's an important history to tell, and it's very foundational to Texas. So for that reason, we will be presenting it this weekend. Again, thank you very much for this great honor. We truly appreciate it, and we look forward to seeing as many people at the conference this weekend. Thank you.
Judge, Judge, let me say, it's a travesty that people in certain leadership position keep trying to bury or put their finger on the button in terms of what is truth. And the fact is, as we saw the migration coming into Texas, one of the fights around the Alamo, and nobody ever really talks about it, was the fact that the indigenous people did not support slavery. Slavery was an integral part of the fight. And the fact is, there's a piece we call GTT, Gone to Texas. The indigenous people did not support the institution of slavery. And unfortunately, that doesn't get disseminated very well. First of all, the indigenous people and who were here, but the part of the fight became, and as you call it, the founding Texas. I call it the taking, but anyway, is that you didn't support the institution of slavery.
That's right.
And I say that every chance I get. You have to be real critical about what you think you know in terms of misinformation. So, if nothing else, we've got to continue to try to tell what is the real true story about the migration and what happened in the taking of Texas, not the founding.
Thank you, we appreciate that. Mexico, first Texas, or what is now Texas, was Spanish, and then it became Mexican, and Mexico had outlawed slavery. And yet it was incorporated with the migration, as you mentioned. So that is definitely part of our mission, is to share the complete history of the founding of Texas and what predated Texas. So we are very honored to be able to share that with as many people as we can.
Yes, and if you haven't attended any of the OGAR genealogical conferences, they're eye-opening. I mean, we have also, well, they have also done Latino families, the first Latino families history right here in Dallas and all over the state. And every single time that I attend any of these conferences, I learn so much about what the history of Texas and the history of Mexico are so the same fabric, and been here way before, the Republic of Texas. With that being said, thank you, Mr. Hinojosa. Thank you to you and your board for the hard work that you do. I think I'm going to be able to swing by, but
I hope
it's
so.
going to be a very, very busy Saturday.
We welcome all of you to come share in this very rich history.
Thank you.
I too will probably swing by, because every time that I have met with or been in the room when your group was meeting, there was always this very lively conversation and incredibly instructive, because so many of the people in the group really have done a lot of study on their own family roots, their community roots, and how it all fits together. And so the role that the Latino population, Hispanic population has had in Dallas County is something that I appreciate that your group is continuously establishing.
Well, thank you
the
for your
basis
support,
for the county.
and we look forward to continuing our mission, and just once again sharing our rich history and welcoming everyone to the historical and genealogical world, which exposes all the various elements of history. And the truth is the truth, and that's what we're trying to share.
We have a 10 o'clock public hearing, Judge. So we'll go to the public hearing. Felicidades, Gus. Ahí nos vemos. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll see you very soon.
Okay, we're going to public hearing.
So we have a 10 o'clock public hearing. Now, I know we got a lot of people here from 4-H, and this public hearing will be very short. So it'll probably be faster than a resolution, then we'll get to the 4-H resolution. And let's see, who's gonna take us to the public hearing?
10:08, Judge,
County
if you're
Clerk.
calling it, I would do a motion to open the public hearing for the 2025 County Clerk Archive Fee hearing.
So, second.
Second. Sorry.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Sorry.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So the hearing is open. Veronica, are you gonna take us through it?
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Honorable Warren is here to answer any questions. This is the FY 2025 County Clerk's Record Archive Plan fee, and he's detailed the plan for FY 25.
The angel.
Good morning, Judge Jenkins and Commissioners.
Good morning.
Just with every year, we provide in my archive plan the work that we've done the previous year and the work that we anticipate doing in the upcoming year. This year is no different, with the exception of funding positions to the tune of $1.2 million. It was painful. In addition to that, we're continuing to do the work in preserving all of the records that we maintain. A lot of people don't understand that goes back to 1846 with the establishment of Dallas County. Today, I have in my possession over 1 billion records. That's not pages, that's records from 1846 to current. Part of that process, as we continue to move forward, I've been preserving the over 12,000 historical books. Over the course of the process, and due to some instances where certain records were needed and necessary, I think it started with a BODOC issue that Mr. Martin and Mr. Heiko were looking for. So I paused the records, the preservation of my property records to focus on my Commissioner's Court records, all of those from 1846 to current. Now those are available for Mr. Martin and his team and anyone to actually search. We continue to move forward, moving back to those. Also, my physical probate case files, I'm going to be working on those, and this is all laid out in my 2025 archive plan. But also, some of the anomalies that we continue to face. I have a small section of books that no vendor can actually preserve, because one of the comments I got was, well, that's a new one. We haven't seen that type of deterioration. So those are on ice until there's a process. I'm working with him to come up with a process to address that. And so we continue to move forward. I still have probably about 6 or 7 years worth of preservation work to do, and that would include microfilm as well as other my historical and handwritten criminal court minutes, which are judgments from the criminal courts, as well as some others. And so we continue to move forward with that. I'm not quite sure what the balance of my account is. I think it's about 7 million.
I think it's a little bit, yeah, it's a little bit more.
Well,
than that, but okay,
you wouldn't notice it. Don't worry about it.
Well, minus that $1.2 million. That still gives me heartburn to say that. But I managed the burn down of that money because depending on what happens, and I also look at natural disasters or anything else that may occur, I got to make sure that I still maintain a threshold in the event for those things that have not been planned or unanticipated. So with that, we continue to move forward. My office has been a good steward of those funds and willing to share. So
Yes,
I'm not
amen.
quite sure if there's any other comments. but
Well,
that's all I
and this
have.
is not the first time. You've always done that, and we have kept tabs on that particular account. But you know, you've been a good partner with us with issues that have challenged us, and so thank you. Thank you for being a good steward. A little less on that 2025. Just say, county clerk's archive fee. A little less on. You got my drift. Okay.
But I would say, Commissioner, I make fun of that, but I'm always, as you say, I'm always willing to partner with the Commissioner's Court and County Administration and Dr. Watkins on the things that Dallas County needs. And you all know, you're architects, I'm an architect, but we don't do the building, it's our staff that does all of that work. And so if we don't show them that appreciation, then we're not the leaders that we say we are. So I just want to make that comment.
And the fees are the same as last year, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It is.
In case anybody's got that question, so I think we're open. Anything? Great job on being such a great teammate and helping. Because of you and because of Ms. Petrie, the employees are able to get 1% higher raise this year than they would have got without you. So can't thank you enough for that. And that kept up with his inflation numbers. So we need at least need to do that. Is that everything?
Just for a record, that was a total from me of $3.2 million.
Yeah,
Yes,
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. I was letting him make it.
Okay.
But I just wanted to say that it cannot be overstated the importance of the job that you're talking about, because that is the historical record of what does this institution, which is, and it's, what is Dallas County doing for its people? And the facts are there, and your preservation of that is respected. And I just thoroughly enjoy the fact that you have really taken it to new levels of making sure that it is done right.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you very much.
I would add to that end, one of the things that I focus on over the course of the pandemic, the deep freeze and all of the freezes, is that we have to modify our business processes, automate those. So in the event the courthouse or the records building is not accessible to the public, that should not prevent us in 2025 from continuing to do business in the absence of a physical location.
Mr. Warren, did you say that you still have 7 years and several books that have to have a special type of preservation?
No, no, no. It's a very small. Commissioner, we have found records stored in every nook and cranny in the records building and in the George Island Courthouse. Just recently, I believe we found the last of our records. And because those were not properly maintained or just shoved in these little nooks and crannies and corners, and so deterioration, insects, climate control, climate up and down, all that plays a role in the deterioration. And when you're trying to basically put some records back together like a puzzle, those are the ones I'm saying where they say, well, this is kind of new, we have never seen. While it may be kind of pristine, like it's kind of like breaking a glass and trying to glue that glass back together with all those shattered pieces. And so it's that very small group, but as it relates to the 7 years, we have probably 125,000 rolls of microfilm, and we also have to determine the condition of the microfilm and what process it would take to do the preservation of those, as well as the other physical paper records.
But you also keep them, right, Mr. Warren?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
And where are they, can I ask?
Right now, we have the records that we've maintained. They are actually stored at the Cottrell Hernandez facility. And that makes up another point. I've actually slowed down the production of my preservation work while we await to bring the new county facility online, because there's no place to store those records, and they have to. If I'm spending millions of dollars on records preservation, they have to be maintained in accordance with the Texas State Library and Archive Commission and the Climate Control Facility.
Well, we're very lucky to have you, Mr. Warren. That you care.
Tens of millions. Try tens of millions.
Well, yeah,
Yes, sir.
but it's important.
Right.
I mean,
I got it.
and well, we're glad to have you, Honorable Warren. Thank you so much for caring and for working with this Commissioner Court that sometimes can be a little bit inflexible. But hey, we appreciate your hard work with us.
Well, I want to echo Dr. Barnard. If you do something you like, you'll never work a day in your life.
Thank you. That's the way to see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warren.
Thank you, St. Warren.
Okay.
Thank you. And now is the time for public speakers on the county clerk's archive fee. So this is not a time for public speakers on any other matter, but I'll call 3 times for those public speakers. Are there any public speakers on the county clerk archive fee? Are there any public speakers? Are there any public speakers?
Make a motion that the public hearing close on the county clerk's archive fee for that 2025.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Warren.
This takes us back to resolutions, and Commissioner SOMMERMAN has the next resolution.
Being the junior member, I get to go last. So if the 4-H contingency, would you please come forward, Samara, and your entire crew, if you would, please. All of y'all, come on. That's it.
There you go. Look.
Yeah, every one of you. Thank you all. Whereas 4-H represents core values of head, heart, hands, and health, this year's National 4-H Week theme, Beyond Ready, embodies the dedication of 4-H youth who are not only prepared, but enthusiastic and empowered to address future challenges, seize opportunities, and drive positive change within their communities and beyond. Whereas Dallas County 4-H creates an environment where young people can continue to flourish, innovate, lead with confidence. A notable example is the Dallas 4-H Youth Leadership Group's initiative to support a local organization that aids homeless communities in the city of Dallas. And the Teens as Teachers program recruited an inaugural class of 20 teens serving all corners of Dallas County. Together, these teens taught nutrition classes to over 450 younger participants throughout the summer. They also engaged in a hands-on program focused on workforce development, equipping them with skills that will make them beyond ready to meet the needs of their communities and succeed in the modern workforce. And whereas Dallas 4-H has formed national and local partnerships to support the new initiatives, this summer's is Bugs Don't Bug Me, an entomology camp engaged over 300 elementary students. The Imagine Science Camp, a 15-hour program on the science of the sun, was held in the South Dallas in anticipation of the total eclipse. Additional Soccer for Success program was introduced in West Dallas. The Dallas County Commissioners Court proudly recognizes and honors the exceptional dedication and achievements of the 4-H youth and volunteers across Dallas County and the Lone Star State, who embody the Beyond Ready theme. Their efforts are instrumental in building stronger communities and shaping a brighter future, and therefore be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioner Court hereby proclaims October 7th through 12th, 2024 as National 4-H Week in Dallas County and extends its heartfelt appreciation to the 4-H Youth Development Program and its members, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mara.
Good morning.
Morning.
It is always a pleasure to have the opportunity to bring part of our staff and our stakeholders to receive the National 4-H Week resolution. My name is Xiomara Diaz, and I'm honored to serve as the Department Director of Dallas County AgriLife Extension. As you might know, our core mission is to enrich Dallas with comprehensive agricultural and life science knowledge and services to restore connections among people, agriculture, food, science, health, and the economy. Thanks to the support of the Dallas County government and this honorable court, Dallas 4-H today is beyond ready to serve in a more intentional capacity, and I can't thank you enough for it. For these youth joining us today, the families, the volunteers, the community partners, we are here to reaffirm our responsibility to continue providing quality, positive youth development program experiences and making them accessible to all youth in Dallas County. With me today, I have the honor to have my two 4-H agents for Dallas County and also the support staff that thanks to the support of this court, we are able to increase our capacity to serve more youth around the county. And also, most important, the youth that we serve that had been touched by the 4-H program in different methods that include the community clubs, include the special programs that we are hosting these days, and also after school and in school clubs. And with no further ado, I would like them to have a word for all of you.
Thank you so much, Commissioners. Again, my name is ELBA Pardo. I'm one of the 4-H agents in Dallas County. We brought to you just a sample of the youth that we are serving, but more than everything is that these youth are actually taking service to our communities. It is very important to actually bring them here, and they can actually introduce themselves really quick, and maybe they can say something about what they are done. But some of the activities they have taken and they have taken back to their communities, like the Teens as Teachers, they actually are teaching. They actually this summer just reached more than 300 kids in all around Dallas County, especially in the south area of Dallas County. And also the Youth Leadership Group, which is our leadership, our 4-H Council. They also did community service that they're helping homeless communities in Dallas County. So I'm just gonna go ahead and introduce my co-worker, Elias Espinosa, and go ahead, Elias.
Hello everyone, thank you so much for having us here. I really appreciate all the support that we have received from the commissioners, and this is a pleasure to meet you finally after several times I haven't been present. But thank you so much once again for everything. We have been serving about 300 kids through Soccer for Success, which is a new program supported by U.S. Soccer Foundation. It's a wonderful program that not only teaches the kids the skills of playing soccer, but also provide elements like nutrition and social emotional learning that are very important for our kids. And also just recently opened the first community club in the south side of Dallas with Reverend Nolan at the Paradise Baptist Church. So we're very excited to continue serving that community as well. So once again, thank you so much for all your support.
Okay. And if you don't mind, I'm gonna allow the kids to introduce themselves really quick, their name, and if they wanna say something that, they've done this last summer, that would be appreciated.
Please.
My name is Jeffery Porter. I'm the club leader of the East Dallas 4-H Club.
Hi, I'm Gemma Hogarth. I'm the Vice President of East Dallas.
Right.
Hi, I'm Sophia Pardo, and I'm part of the Culture Committee.
My name is Kai Fobbs. I'm a TNS teacher.
Hi, my name is Gabriela Pardo. I'm a senior member of 4-H and part of the Culture Committee.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Bennett. I'm a senior member in 4-H, and through 4-H I do a lot of public speaking. I'm learning how to talk in front of people.
I'm Christian Bennett, and I'm the Health and Safety Officer of Pegasus 4-H.
My name is Angel, and I'm a teen as teacher for 4-H.
Hello, my name is Akaiza, and I am a teen as teacher for 4-H.
Do you mind to talk about your experience in the program?
My experience at 4-H was very, it was a big opportunity, and it was a good opportunity as a teen, being welcomed in as a first job opportunities. You know how to feel as working, and coming into training, we was learning how to dress professionally, how to the difference between debit and credit, and how to have patience. And with this program, it really taught me how to have patience. Teaching the kids, it was very, I can say, it was very a hands-on experience. And when teaching the kids, they like to interact and have all these questions and really know how nutrition actually benefit their life. So instead of having a lesson on paper, we had slides so they can have a visual of how it really goes, and for them to actually get the actual experience, we had played games with them so they could get more comfortable and being more open on questions and asking, how does this go? How can we make this at home? Because we also had healthy treats that showed them how this could actually make you healthy, and you should actually want to be healthy in life. And the kids, they have gotten very comfortable with teen as teachers since we are young and they are also young. So us being young and teaching when you're teaching someone who's in your age level, they are more likely to learn more from you since you are their age and in their age group. So this really allowed them to get a grasp and a better understanding of the nutrition and the lesson that we was teaching them.
Okay, can you repeat all of that, please? Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Azari Lawrence, and I am a teens as teacher. I will be talking about my experience. I have a prepared speech, if that's okay. It is true that the youth is the hope for the future. But what does it take to make sure that the youth can hold this future? It takes investment in them, teaching them, and a dedicated older generation to help them. And lucky for us, Teens as Teachers is a program that decided they wanted to help the youth of the future. This is my first job, which I am proud to admit, because this internship has taught me so much with my time here. I've learned at the age of 16 about credit, debit, insurance, and budgeting. Believe it or not, there's not a lot of adults teaching youth about this. I learned how to open my own bank account, and with that, I've learned that workplace safety in the state of Texas. I've learned about professional dressing and how to adequately dress right in different work situations. But the main part is learning about food nutrition and having people to expose to toxic food cultures. I'm happy I learned this because now I tell my family about it. The great part is teaching and investing with the kids, seeing how excited and happy they are to learn new things. And seeing it for people who is the age of their older siblings, it gets them excited. I'm so much excited to teach them. Because of this job, we as a collection of teenagers, we as the future generations of adults get a glimpse of the work life. I've learned to work with so many amazing people. Thanks to this program, I'm ready to walk into interviews, write professional emails, start a bank account to people because of this job. And all it took was some adults to step up. Thanks to Tina's teachers stepping up, I am a well-rounded person in the workplace.
Thank you.
Yes.
I don't think anybody can beat that, right?
Yeah.
We're very pleased that Teens as Teachers, we have actually 20 kids that were trained, and they're going to be in training this Saturday. And they're going to be training on a STEM program and GEM, which is a mental health program that we're going to teach them so they can bring it back to their communities. Last and not least, I want to introduce also two of the staff, Ms. Kimberly Randall. She is the Teens as Teachers coordinator. Ms. Kelakaitis, and she is our 4-H Cross coordinator. So they are working together to help us and increase that force that is helping us to reach out more kids, thanks to the grant that actually the Dallas County government gave us. If you guys wanted to introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Randall. I came into this job, I think, in May, and I was like, I don't know, Xiomara, if we're going to be able to do this on your timeline, but we did. Thanks to her and the entire team effort. You guys already know most of the stats, but I just wanted to share that all 20 teen teachers were able to open bank accounts thanks to one of our agents, Alexis Horn from PV. They went through 32 hours of training and gave 6 separate lessons, 46 sessions total. And primarily in districts 3 and 4. Whenever I was looking at the map, I saw. So
yep.
Definitely in their own communities, working hard, putting things together. It was really beautiful, and I loved being a part of it. So thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. And I want to thank you guys for looking into District 4. I know that I don't have a lot of community gardens that are not private, but I really appreciate your help with Grand Prairie and the west side of Oak Cliff and Irving. So looking forward also to meet with the soccer team. I know that in West Dallas is a big success, and we have the Bataan Center over there, so probably we can work something out there. Thank you so much for all your hard work.
Last but not least, Ms. Kara. And
good morning, I'm Kara Kalakaitis. This is my 7th year actually as a volunteer with 4-H, and in May I started as an employee, and I'm very excited still to be a part of this wonderful team because we get to work with so many amazing youth. So I hope that the ARP grant and funding will continue for us so that I can continue my journey with this team. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I wanted to say it was great to have you all here. It was also terrific to watch you all teach kids about teaching kids. That was really great. So I showed up to the North Dallas Government Center, and they were teaching kids how to make parfaits, okay? And the kids ask really profound questions like this as I'm adding the blueberries into the parfait. Why are blueberries blue? Okay, so I don't know the answer to that question, so I decide I'm going to push them somewhere else. Are they really blue? Aren't they really purple? You know? Okay, then they come back. Why is that the only natural food that's purple? One other kid says, what about eggplant? And some other kid says, that's aubergine. And I'm like, what's aubergine? I don't even know. Really profound stuff. Was really impressed with these kids. Thank you.
thank you. And of course, we have a big volunteer force. I know they didn't stand up, but they are right here, the parents and the leaders
there you all are.
of the program. Thank you so much, commissioners, for your support. 4-H is growing, and it's growing fast. And you're gonna hear a lot about 4-H and all the work that the kids are beyond ready to take in their communities. So our strategy is to train those kids that are actually taking the programs, not only with teens as teachers, but the regular 4-H kids, the traditional 4-H kids. They're also kind of bringing programs and helping their own communities. So thank you so much for your support, and thank you for declaring the 4-H week next week. This is our first event. We are full of activities fundraisings and also community service that our volunteers have put together. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, I appreciate the financial literacy piece. You know, I guess I'm the only one that's still around here chugging paper and don't use my phone to do everything. I see people pull up to the gas pump, put their phone on it. They go to the cafeteria downstairs, they put their phone on it. I don't think anybody knows how to balance a daggum check. I go in to get an oil change. I write a check. They look at me like, what is that? It's called a check. You know, I do balance my book. But anyway, I heard financial literacy coming through. You know, my dad used to say anybody can spend money, but can you save it and manage it?
Save it, manage it, and make more.
Yeah.
I just wanted to
thank
say that at Road and Bridge 1, where many of these things started a number of years ago, and just watching you grow throughout Dallas County for one thing, but then also growing in what you were being able to offer young folks in the county. And so I'm just so proud of what you've done, and that you're still maintaining the gardens at Road and Bridge 1, because the mention was made of, you know, good nutrition and what kind of a foundation piece that has for everybody here too. It's a real pleasure to be able to see the young folks here, and of course Yamada and Mr. Pardo and
Elias.
that's right, because I think I've only met you once, but it's but the fact that you are definitely growing, expanding, seeing how you can use what you have in the foundation here in Dallas County to really make an impact on young folks, both nutrition and financial literacy, as well as a whole slew of other things. So appreciate you all, and it just makes me, very proud and glad that you're here.
Thank you. We appreciate it because now the force is not only 2 or 3 people. We have 20 plus 30 people working in our communities, thanks to the support of the Commissioner Court. So
And of course, just to finish this, we very much look forward now as we are growing and we continue bringing people to support us, continue building the relationship with each of you at your districts so that we can serve the needs that you have in your own communities. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
You want to come and get a quick
Yes,
photo
please.
while we
You go first.
start with them? Come on down.
Come on. Yeah, no, we're fine.
Commissioner
Wow,
Price
get
is
closer.
fine. I mean, you cover me. Let me move this way. There we go.
A little bit closer. There we go.
We like each other. Thank you, thank you,
Thank
for
you,
coming.
guys.
One that the other people want.
Hasta pronto.
Thank you, very nice to meet you.
And you so much. Nos
Thank you,
vemos
great
pronto.
job.
Placer conocerlo.
Great job.
I also forgot to tell you guys, we got a scholarship for Washington DC. We get to take 5 minutes.
Cool.
Excellent.
Miss Yamara, yo sé que no nos hemos podido juntar, pero en esos años.
30 parking places here. Yeah, but no, that helps you. You got 10 here, you got like 20 here.
While they're conferencing, I just want to thank the people this morning in the, we did a piece this morning on this whole deal called Cannabis Youth and Youth. The youth are leaving, but one of the things we were trying to convey that there is an epidemic with regards to these edibles and chewables and all this THC is not, I said this morning, not the marijuana of Woodstock. I know y'all a little young, y'all don't know what I'm talking about, but it's a different product. And we talked about how you can buy it in convenience stores, you know, but there are a number of young people who are winding up in emergency rooms and ICUs from these edibles, and these Skittle looks like gummy bears, etc. And so the BHLT committee came forth this morning along with our partners and talked about this whole trend and talked about 988, 911, 24/7 crisis hotline, because young people in Texas, it's up 30% in terms of the youth it's being impacted with this THC marijuana. It talks about developmental, what it does to young long-term. CDC has weighed in, and so our behavioral health committee this morning did a press conference and kind of weighed in on that. There's a ton of research out there as to what this is doing. So that's just a part of personal privilege and an announcement. Thank you. While they were doing that.
Yeah, if I could join you on that. The edibles are a real problem, as are, if you look in Texas Monthly this month, we now, in Texas, we have legalized the sale of hemp. The theory of that being that hemp would have low THC. And in actuality, a Texas Monthly reporter went to distribution, what am I trying to say? Not distilleries, but whatever they are, and found that the average THC in those hemp products was 147 times the legal limit. Highway Patrol has said they don't have the funding to test for this, and it all gets back to the concern that right now what you have is a kind of an unregulated Wild West in Texas, and you don't have a situation because that stuff's not regulated, and we don't test that, and we don't have laws around it because we still say marijuana is illegal. So you have the specter of someone who's, say, 18 years old in Texas being able to easily get a hold of that and share it with someone who's 14 years old. And in other states, it's more tightly monitored and people know what they're getting. You don't know what you're getting when you go to these Kratom and whatever hemp stores.
Well, even convenience stores. And, you know, one of the themes this morning, we said, you hide your guns, now hide your gummies. Because, you know, we got a number of young people who are showing up in these poisoning centers because they've gotten access to these so-called edibles. And so we're sounding the alarm from the behavioral health leadership team.
And you know, and what can we do as a county? Honestly, I mean, when it's so unregulated, is there anything that we can do as a body to put a list? There's so many different ones. I wouldn't know where to start to educate people about the different kinds. What do you think we should do?
Commissioners, since this is on the community interest, we should not be discussing action by the county. So
okay, well,
thanks.
let me talk
I'll
to you.
put it
later.
on. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so on the ballot this time is decriminalization in the city of Dallas.
Right.
That, however you feel about that, go make your voice heard. But that doesn't change the situation that we have with the lack of regulation around this. Right. And so when we think about a drug pusher or a person who's manufacturing gummies, we know that THC and marijuana is very low on the addiction scale, right? I mean, cigarettes are a lot more addictive, alcohol, much more addictive than THC. So for a person who wants to get a customer base addicted to their products, it's really easy with a gummy to put something like a tiny amount of fentanyl in there. And a kid, or for that matter, an adult, a 30-year-old who gets a hold of these, doesn't know what they've gotten a hold of, and suddenly they're addicted. Because what the marijuana industry or the THC industry would tell you is they're making all their products for the legal states, and what they're finding in the legal states is that people want a very large amount of THC. Like
medical marijuana.
Yeah. And so when you get a large amount of THC in a gummy that a kid takes that may be laced with something else, it's a real recipe for disaster.
Well, and we know that we need to put something on the agenda to discuss it, Judge, at a profound level, so we can do something.
Well, I just wanted to thank all of our partners, our doctors, Metro Care, the North Texas Behavioral Health Authority. Those of us this morning decided in the meeting that we were going to at least sound the alarm. I don't, you asked, I don't think we've sounded the alarm. I don't think anyone really sees. I mean, Judge, that's fine. Judge reads Texas Monthly. Most people don't. So how do you sound the alarm? In fact, Mr. Griffin and I was talking about that group that they are capturing over there. How do they educationally deal with it? And so we've just got to sound the alarm. I mean that's it. So thank you, Bob, for privilege. Go ahead on.
Well,
Yield.
I think sounding the alarm is good, but we need to do something is better.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
I think we're on presentations, and Dr. Wong has the first one. Oh, that's happening. Show.
Go ahead. I think go ahead, Doc.
What's that?
I think go ahead.
Okay. Good morning. Waiting for the slides, but I'll show you some of the, fortunately, COVID numbers are remaining low, and some of the indicators that we have show that it's actually decreasing in the last few weeks. Here are some of the, actually the variants. We're monitoring it both nationally and at the state level. It's a subvariant of the Omicron strain that's circulating now. So again, should be responsive to the vaccine, but continuing to monitor that for any other new variants. And it's the KP 3.1.1 United States. That's the dominant strain, and you can see similarly some of the patterns in the state, although the state numbers are a little delayed compared to the national. As I mentioned, in terms of the trends for COVID, wastewater is some of the best data that we have since it's no longer a reportable condition, but you can see the numbers have gone down, and some of the most recent numbers, even locally on that chart on the right, there was a gap in some of the collection, but you can see that's starting to go down even further. Just a reminder, the COVID vaccines, the new formulation is now out there. I just 5 minutes ago got notification that we have received some doses of, I think, 260 doses of the adult safety net vaccine, so we will be able to provide that for adults that are uninsured also. We've had it
260 doses?
Yeah, that's what
That's
we've got
nothing.
so far.
I mean,
But, you know, we're hoping to get more. We put some more orders in there. But this is, as of earlier this morning, we had 0 for adult safety net. So this is what we've received from the state.
So you'll start like in senior centers and
Yeah, we'll start making
older
more.
populations.
And we've been coordinating it with the community groups. Some of the regular meeting that we used to have during COVID, we're focusing that on sort of community-wide strategy for getting the doses out and improving our vaccination rates. So here are some of the locations that we have scheduled, both for COVID, some of the childhood vaccination clinics still, and then also influenza. We do have the flu vaccine available also. Just for arbovirus and West Nile virus, the good news is, if you can see on that bottom right chart, that vector index, that red line, so has continued to go down. So definitely the mosquito activity has been decreasing. West Nile virus activity has been decreasing, although we still have some reports of positive pools that we follow up with. With regarding Mpox, I did also at the last court, mention the WHO declaration regarding the public health emergency of an international concern regarding the clade 1 that was being seen in the DRC. We continue to monitor activity here locally, and it's still remaining very low, but we're still promoting the Mpox vaccine also at our events. And here's the latest numbers for Mpox. So that's all I have for now.
Doctor, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm on the next presentations.
Sir.
I should have a video, Aaron, that is queued up. It's entitled The Monkey House. What else is new?
Club. The name of the dormitory at the club was called the Monkey House. And people kept saying, Lawrence, you can live in the Monkey House. And I said, well, why is it called the Monkey House? And they said, well, all these jobs used to be held by black people. And since they all lived in the building, we just naturally called it the Monkey House. And what was surprising was not the response of the members. A group of women, or ladies we had to call them, at the club, complimented me on my diction. They said, you have the diction of an educated white man. And she stood there waiting for me to say thank you, because in her minds, that was not a bigoted thing to say. And it was sort of like the conversations you were having here about the danger of passive racism, because I think that's what we're all exposing.
Because everybody thinks it's a Klan with the cross on the lawn.
It's not the Klan. They're not the dangerous people. The dangerous people are these club members and other people who belong to organizations and institutions that discriminate and who run our companies, who are in our governments, the Newt Gingriches, the Dick Armeys, who claim that, when they say fag, they meant to say Barney Frank. The people like that who really show this egregious racism, yet Monday through Friday, they claim that they can fairly evaluate us in the office on a colorblind, gender-blind, religious-blind basis.
Click the link in the bio to get the book. Unfortunately.
Yeah. That is 30-something years ago. And here we are continuing this saga of racism. This whole monkey mouth chronicle. You heard me say a few months ago about the Starbucks and what the individual wrote. Well, racism is still alive. Right outside of Washington, man says Chick-fil-A printed a racial slur on his meal label instead of his name. When Maurice Vanzigo got his food from the La Plata Chick-fil-A, a drive-through last Friday, he was shocked by the racist name printed on the label. The Charles County man says the label he received had the word monkeys printed instead of his name. It was devastating, Vanzigo said. It just set me back years. As a black male, we've gone through a lot. And it's a constant reminder, just when you think you're healing from a situation, someone opens that wound back up. Vanzigo said he went inside to complain. And a manager and store owner later apologized. to him. The owner told Van Ziegel that he wouldn't fire the employee involved because the employee was a minor. And he said he must have misheard the name. Van Ziegel said he placed the order face to face, not through a microphone, because the worker was standing outside in the drive-through line. I think it could have been handled a little different, Van Ziegel said. I think the employee should have been terminated on the spot. It's unfortunate that he might wind up losing his job, but that happens. He needs to learn from this. But I agree with Mr. Van Ziegel. But apparently Parkland Hospital management doesn't. They think that promoting someone who commits a racist act is a lesson. And the beat goes on. Okay. With regards to judicial performance at Crowley, what we basically have is that, and again, I want to thank the sheriff. Out of the 4 large counties, Dallas County is the only county that's not exporting our inmates. The only county that is not exporting our inmates. I think Harris County just started taking them to Mississippi at a cost of about $50 million. They're in Louisiana and Mississippi.
And that's additional dollars.
Those are additional dollars. That's right. Those are additional dollars. The detention early morning report, we're at about 93% of our jail population. Total capacity is 6,623 is what our midnight count was. That's an increase over 37 over last year. But we've continually asked law enforcement to basically use the other tools that are at their disposal and their best judgment for, number one, public safety. We need all the district courts, and we need defense attorneys to file those writs to give the courts jurisdiction to conduct those bond review hearings. To date, and I guess we're doing a little bit better, only 58% are currently 10 of the 17 courts are doing disposition totals. The jail population management team continues to work. Thank you, Ms. Randolph and your team, criminal justice. And we're trying to fully restore all of that information with regards to the DULY report. You know, I'm going to get down to the, like I said, county jail and jail capacity. We've talked about the health insurance. I see that Baylor, Scott, and White has acquiesced and said that they will be part of the Blue Cross Blue Shield. We're still waiting on to see what their doctors look like. So this early voting in Election Day, judges, for the November election, because I'm here today to address these concerns raised about the selection of the Rowlett Freedom Church as an early voting and Election Day site.
Do you want to hear from them first, or do you want to talk first?
I can hear from them. Okay.
Okay. So let's have the bailiff read the rules of decorum, please, for our public speakers. We've got several on this issue. Go ahead, man.
All Commissioner Court attendees are hereby advised that this meeting is conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Dallas County Code, Section personal, profane, or slanderous remarks are not appropriate and will not be allowed at any time during this public meeting. Any and all applause is to be kept brief and observant of time constraint. Disruptive visitors and the registered speakers may be removed and are subject to the penalties provided in the state of Texas Penal Code, sections 38.13, 42.01, and 42.05. Registered individual speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. And so once again, this is an item that's on the agenda, and therefore we take those speakers as we get to the item. So if you're here for something other than the discussion of polling places, we will get to you, but it will be later in our agenda. So our first speaker on the issue of polling places could be, this is election related. Don't know what his issue is exactly, but Barry Wernick. I don't know if that's polling places or something more general.
I think it was something more general for him.
Something more general, okay. Our next speaker is Catherine Kirk. Catherine Kirk, is there a?
She's online. I'm waiting for her.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
She has 2 profiles. I don't know which one.
Say what, man?
She has 2 profiles.
Okay.
Or she's on 2 different instruments at
gotcha,
the same
okay.
time.
Well, you're a lot smarter than I am on that stuff, so figured I'd
Yeah,
get her on
right.
here. All right.
I sent a request for both accounts, but I'm not getting a response from either one.
Okay, Catherine, we're going to go to another speaker on this issue, and then if you'll just respond to the request, then we'll get to you next. Oh, wait, okay, go ahead, Catherine. And Catherine, you got to have there you go.
There you go.
Perfect. Oh, you're frozen right now.
There you go. And you're muted. There you go. Now you're good.
You're still muted, though. Unmute so we can hear you. Can you unmute her?
I can't unmute her. I can give her a request too.
There we go.
There we go. That's
There
good.
she goes.
There you
Great
go.
job.
Yay.
Go ahead.
Okay. There we go. So my name is Kathy Kirk, and I live in Rowlett on Balsam Drive. Last week, I was looking where I could do early voting, and I found that our early voting had moved from our our community center to a church, a very small church in our city. And when I did a little more research, the church has about 9 parking spaces compared to our community center, which had hundreds. And I emailed the elections group and asked them, how does this get approved? And they said you would need to email District 3 Commissioner. And so I emailed that email address, and I got a reply from Commissioner Price, Wiley Price, and he basically just told me, well, literally told me, it is of no concern to him. He didn't answer why or anything like that. So that's my contribution. I think that we should have a safe place to vote, not be in an environment where, there's only 9 spots. We've got 1,000 people a day going through, and elderly and things like that. So, and then I asked or Commissioner Price why he replied to me like that, and he did not answer me. So I would like a reply from him as to why that happened, because I wasn't being rude. So I just want to have a safe place to vote. Thank you.
Let me ask you, are you done? You done? I'm sorry. That's correct. Let me ask you a question, because I'm trying to figure this out, and I looked at Google Earth. Can you hear me okay? I looked at Google Earth for this site, and I saw a lot of parking adjacent to it on I think it's called the Town Green and in front of the library. But I do agree with you that the church itself only has what I counted to be 10 spaces, maybe 9, but I thought it was 10. But within, the way we normally do this is within a 300-foot area of the door that you walk into to vote, we count those spaces. And so Hyder and I count, in looking at this, we count a little bit more. And you said community center, but did you mean City Hall? Isn't that where have y'all voted in the past? City Hall?
They've done everything.
Did you
from
mean
the
City
annex
Hall?
on back. Yeah, but they've never done community center.
Is
Yeah,
that what
we've
you-
done it actually at the Rowlett Community Center. We did it in 2020.
Okay.
And what's great about that location is that people don't have to cross the street. The 9 spots in front of the church, those are great because they can walk straight into the church. But at all the others, your seniors, your people in wheelchairs, people like that are going to have to cross a very busy street to get to that church.
Okay.
It was just, it just made more sense to be at the community center.
Well, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Our next speaker is, Ruth Torres. Is Ruth Torres here?
Yes, she was there.
She's online.
She's online as well? Go ahead, Ruth.
There we go. Well, good. Is it afternoon yet? Almost afternoon. Good morning, folks. My name is Ruth the Truth Torres. I'm honored to be your representative for U.S. Congress, Texas District 5. And I want to first thank everyone that's working on this election. I think this is going to be a historical election. And I know that the best intentions and the best laid plans, sometimes things go wrong. And so I'm grateful for a unified commissioner's court to work through issues and be united to solve those issues and then prevent a reoccurrence. As I received some complaints from community members about this particular location, I looked it up myself. And, as the previous speaker mentioned, we have a municipal building that meets all of the needs. But this particular location, I looked up with the county. They are not registered as a DBA, assumed name with the county. They're not registered with the state of Texas as a registered business. They're not registered with the IRS as a tax exempt organization. It's also been brought to my attention that they do not have an occupancy permit. So I think there's a lot of issues here with this particular location, and I just want to encourage folks to be responsive to what the community is asking for, which is a place where it's safe and we can have a high volume of voters. And as I'm always looking to prevent a reoccurrence, I would suggest that the site location checklist be included in a contract template going forward so that we know these issues are solved. So if you're going outside of a municipal location, we now have to say, okay, does this comply with all local, state laws to be a legitimate location and to be ADA compliant. So I thank you for everyone's time. Like I said, this is a historic election. We cannot risk any voter suppression or people waiting outside. So I thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is, let me look. Kelly McKee.
May I approach?
Sure, yes. Thanks, I'll pass them out to everybody. Is there enough for everybody or just look at them?
There's just one copy.
One copy, okay, I'll look at them and pass them down, no problem.
As to Freedom Place Church, the inadequate size, parking limitations, and risk of long outdoor lines are barriers that prevent sufficient access to voting. This situation does not meet the standards set forth for voter access and accessibility in Texas, especially given the availability of not only a suitable, but in every way superior government buildings still available and being offered by the city at no charge, less than a mile from this location. It's 0.8 miles. It's right down the street. It's the Rowlett Community Center. Freedom Place has 9 spaces. It looks like there's 10 on the map that you can see there, but there's a car parked where there's not a space. It's not an actual space. One of those spaces is ADA compliant, and one of them, one of the 9 that are left is required to be designated for curbside voting. So you're left with 8 spaces, and if you look at the numbers, that is, Dallas County Elections is anticipating about 25,000 people voting over those 12 days. And there's about 25,000 people in that location. That's 123 hours of voting at that location. That would equate to about 203 people per hour in 8 spaces. In and out in those 8 spaces. Again, that's 9 spaces. One of them is ADA accessible. One of them is going to be required to be designated under the law, under the Texas Elections Code, as curbside voting. Only one would be curbside voting. Having sat out on the lawn during the entire election season, more than one is utilized for curbside voting at a time. More than one is utilized as accessible parking at a time consistently throughout early voting, generally speaking, when it's held at the annex. There's also 3 businesses. This isn't even taking into consideration the poll workers that need to park there, the church employees that need to park there, the 3 businesses that are also working out of that location, a cleaning business, the Rowlett Housing Finance Corporation, and the florist that work in that location and that will be operating during these hours. So how many parking spaces are left after that for anyone to park? We also talked about the certificate of occupancy. I was previously given information that it didn't have a certificate of occupancy because staff and council were unaware that it had a certificate of occupancy because it was issued in September of 2023 in error. It's currently in question. You have a letter to that effect that's being passed around among you. It will not likely have the issue resolved prior to early voting. It's subject to revocation within the next 10 days if the conditions aren't met for a minor warrant. That issue cannot even be addressed until the next city council meeting on October 15th. So that's 6 days before early voting. That's the earliest that this issue can be resolved legally. So this location may be closed, it may be open. So the standing of the facility in and of itself, you may be back here again scrambling 6 days before the election, looking for a new polling place anyhow. You have in the Rowlett Community Center in great
Excuse me,
contrast.
she's done more than 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the.
Oh, sorry.
You're over the 3 minutes. Something happened with our clock and it didn't start.
Oh, sorry.
But thank you for the information. Helpful. Our next speaker is Susan Urrutia. And I realized you're not on I see a city shirt, and I'd love to ask you some questions. I see you're not on there, but this permitting deal, after she talks, if you'll come up, I want to ask you some questions.
Yes. Hi, thank you, Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Price, Commissioner Jenkins, Commissioner Daniel, Commissioner SOMMERMAN for hearing me. I am a 22-year resident of Rowlett, so I come as a voter in Rowlett, but also from the standpoint of a DEI advocate in Rowlett. And I would back up everything that Kelly said about the concerns about parking for disabled and for curbside voting. The other thing I would say is that there's been mention of parking for, throughout the downtown area. However, there are many businesses in the downtown area that will be open. The Rowlett City Hall parking has been mentioned. Rowlett City Hall will be open. The library will be open. So these spaces will not be empty and available for voters. So really the only voting we could count on, spaces for voting would be those 9 spaces. And when you look at what's going to be needed for the disabled and for curbside voting, that's barely enough for that, much less the general population who would vote. I would point out that there are many possibilities to address this. The election code allows for these changes with section 43.061, notice of change of a location of polling place. If the polling place changes after notice, the county clerk can give notice to everyone on the ballot 24 hours after the location is changed, or 72 hours before the polls open. Relevant statutes say a person may not occupy or use the building constructed after the adoption of the order without a CO issued by the county, which, as Kelly said, there are issues with the CO. The accessibility, as I said, Texas Election Code 43.031 addresses the accessibility of polling places. Election Code 43.031 also states each polling place shall be located inside a building, and the public polling place shall be a public building if practicable. That is definitely possible because the Rowlett Community Center has been offered up and is a very good location. It's only 0.8 miles from this site, and that has been offered at no charge. So I really think there are a lot of good standards to back up the fact that this is not the best place for voting and that there is another very good, viable place that is available. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if one of my staff come and I want to get a copy of these documents so the commissioners can all have one. Let's see. Is that it?
No.
You said you
Oh,
wanted.
I'm sorry, yes, but as far as, yeah, we got everybody but you. So you're on the city council?
Yes, I am.
So the issue, I guess, that we need some clarity on, one of the speakers said it would be unlikely that the issues would be resolved on the CO in time for it not to be revoked. You got any idea on that? Because my general thought is, I'm really reluctant to move a polling place 21 days before early vote starts for fear that some of the candidates may have already printed materials that say, go to this place to vote. However, if it's not gonna have a CO, we're probably gonna have to move it. So can you help us with that?
I apologize that the information was only given out to us yesterday about the CO. And so they have 10 days to cure the problem, which is the parking requirements, and it has to be determined by a minor warrant.
Okay.
So
they have nine, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
certainly.
they have 9 spots, and I looked it up on Google Earth this morning when so they got the 9 spots, and within the 9 spots, because it doesn't look like they can buy any land around them in the next 10 days, within those 9 spots, if they make some more of them handicapped or whatever, can they comply? Is that enough spots to theoretically comply? Well, at least for us it is, because I see Hyder shaking his hand, but for the city of Rowlett, whatever your rules are, is that enough?
I apologize, Judge. I do not know. This only came to my, the controversy of where we were voting has been bubbling up for quite a while. I've heard from many of my constituents about this, but the actual CO issue, I only got emails about that yesterday. So I have not had time to really dig into this and understand.
I heard you say that, but is there a requirement for parking spots per square foot in Rowlett?
Absolutely.
And can you tell me what those are, if you know? And I realize you're a bear, and I don't mean to catch you flat-footed, and I give you all the grace to say, I don't know, and that's okay. But
so I'm going to say I do not know.
Yeah. Fair.
I apologize. I did not. I only had really planned to come and observe this meeting because I needed to understand what the correct process of this decision is. So I am not familiar with the number of parking spaces required per square foot in a commercial building in Rowlett.
But regardless, following Commissioner Sommerman's question, regardless of, let's say that in 10 days, I mean, there's no way that they can get additional parking.
No, ma'am, I wouldn't think so.
No, and usually it's, I don't want to speak as an expert on this. I'm just throwing this out there, but usually it's one spot for 333 feet. That's usually square feet of the building. Does this meet that? If that were the standards, don't know.
I would not know. It is a small building. I've been in it many times. But let me tell you something that I do know.
Okay, good.
For a fact. I do know for a fact there are over 200 parking spots at the Rowlett Community Center that is less than a mile away. I do know for a fact that there are 20 handicap spots, and there are additional spots in the back for curbside voting. So these are things I know for a fact. It is, I am sorry that perhaps there are people that have printed things on their flyers or whatever. I am confident that we can indeed have signs made that direct people to a correct polling location. I also want you to know that we did have a very successful 2020 election at our community center. There is room for people to queue inside if there is bad weather. And it is actually in a lovely park situation, so if you have to wait outside, you're in a lovely Pecan Grove Park.
Okay, I understood that that one of the reasons for the change was that there was community request that it be moved. I mean, does that kind of make sense to you?
That does not make sense to me.
Okay.
I even reviewed some of your voter location meetings, and I did not see that. None of my constituents have requested it go to a smaller facility rather than a larger facility.
Also, could you state your name?
Certainly, absolutely. I'm Elisa Bowers. I am a city council person for the city, Place 3.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. Hyder, how hard would it be at this point in the process?
Stop. I've got it on the agenda. I'm presenting.
Oh,
So I
okay,
will-
well, I mean, I
okay,
was going to
just-
ask the next question, but go ahead.
Okay.
I mean,
but
go,
that's
go,
fine.
Commissioner, go. You're
No,
ready. You're
I-
presenting.
Okay.
Okay,
I mean, the next question is, let's move it.
no, okay, I
Well,
think I don't have any
see-
questions for you. Go ahead. I may have a question, I'll text it. Okay, yeah, I think that's it. Anybody have a question for her?
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilwoman.
Thank you.
We
Thank you.
appreciate
very
you.
much.
Yeah, appreciate you
Very,
being
very
here.
much.
Thank you.
Really do.
And thank you to all the speakers for being here today.
This
Good to
whole
see you.
Rowlett Freedom Church and early voting and election day site has been a challenge. The last time the mayor said that he did not want us using the annex building. Okay? Got it in writing right here. This site was approved by this court on August the 15th of 2023 following the Voting Center Advisory Committee recommendation. And the VSAC role was to find a stable voting location after the city of Rowlett declined the use of its annex building for the November 5th, 2023 election. The Dallas County Election Department thoroughly reviewed and surveyed the church, giving it a rating of 97.9, confirming that it meets the county's strict requirements for voting sites. There have been a number of concerns raised, including the size of the facility, the parking, and allegations at the certificate of occupancy. I will address each of these concerns. Facility size and queuing. Some have argued that the small size of the facility at 4111 Main Street may lead to voters queuing up outside. They're exposed to inclement weather, which could disenfranchise voters. However, it's important to note that outdoor counting is common during major elections across numerous polling sites. Voter turnout is often unpredictable, and long lines are a common feature of the engaged electorates. Moreover, weather contingencies are always considered in the operation planning. Additional measures will be put in place to ensure voter comfort and safety. Number two, the parking concerns. The issue of insufficient parking has been raised, but I'd like to highlight that the city of Rowlett on the website holds events that attracts thousands of people, and parking for those events frequently spill into the street parking, similar to what is being proposed for voting at Freedom Place Church. In fact, voters who have used the annex building in the past have reported similar issues with parking limitations, utilizing streets parking alongside the building. To address concerns, we would designate curbside voting areas and add directional signage to ensure smoother traffic flow and proper accommodation for all voters. Number three,
That's a quick question. Is the annex building where Rowlett Human Resources is?
It is not. There are actually 3 buildings on the campus. There is the City Hall building, there is the Human Resource building, and then the annex building is the building behind.
Oh, and that's where IT is.
That is correct.
Thank you. Go ahead.
handicap accessibility. Concerns have been raised about the limited handicap parking. We will ensure compliance with ADA standards, and if necessary, additional handicap parking will be arranged. Our election day judge, with over 10 years of experience, will oversee the operations to ensure everything runs smoothly and lawfully. Certificate of occupancy, this is allegations regarding the lack of CO at Rowlett Freedom Church. However, this has no bearing in state law or Department of Justice requirements for voting sites. The county's priority is ensuring that the site complies with the legal voting standards, which it does. It's important to address the numerous emails that receive regarding this political background of the property owners of the voting site. I want to clarify that Dallas County does not research or consider political affiliations of property owners when selecting polling sites. The county has successfully used numerous churches as voting sites, and the priority is to find free or cost-effective locations and meet all the legal and logistical requirements. Freedom Place Church was approached specifically because in 2023, they will be prepared to be used as a polling site, but due to a unique situation involving city council races, the church voluntarily destroyed its contract because we were to go there and the mayor said, this is our election, and they allow the use. So they have voluntarily destroyed its contract to allow the use of the annex building. At that time, the commissioner staff had already been in discussion with the church as a reliable voting location, well before the community center option was announced by the mayor. Financial considerations. Another important point to consider is that 65 to 70% of the county's early voting, early day signs are paid rental locations. I have already stated in open court that after November 2024 elections, the county will reevaluate the cost associated with the paid sites to ensure fiscal responsibility. The decision is to use Freedom Place Church, a free location, helps reduce the financial burden on the county, especially during time when election costs are rising. In conclusion, in maintaining the stance of Rowlett Freedom Church is a valid and stable location for early voting and election day operation. The site has been fully vetted by and meets all legal requirements for a voting site. The concern raised about size, parking, and certificate occupancy have been addressed, and all measures will be taken to ensure that a smooth and accessible voting. Under Election Advisory number 2021-01, a letter addressed to the Secretary of State detailing the specifics for the implementation of a plan for countywide polling. Required items are listed and requested approval of the county to participate in the program. The letter must indicate the name and the date of the election for which the participation is being requested. A letter signed by the county judge indicating support of the county's plan, requesting approval of the county's implementation of countywide places throughout the county, an explanation of the methodology that was used to select county-wide polling location. Election judges and alternate judges, which is on our ballot today, will be assigned to the county-wide polling location within the commissioner's precinct in the appropriated amount required by law. A statement that all general elections have been resolved, a demonstration that the Commissioners Court and the county chairs have resolved, the polling officials will be appointed. County election precinct must be in compliance with Section 42-005, Section 42-006, that's the population requirement, and Section 42-007 of the code, combining incorporated and unincorporated territories. Chapter 43 of the election code governs the selection of the polling site, which is court is done, and generally Section 43-001 of the code indicates that on each election day, precinct established for an election shall be served by single polling located within the boundary of the precinct. It's in compliance with the Voting Rights Act. The county election precincts may be combined under certain circumstances, and that's under 4205 of the code. County election precincts may also be consolidated. That's another deal. And then an election under the program, a county must adopt a methodology for determining where each polling place will be located, and that is what the Elections Department has done, and that has been my reliance with their rating of 97.7, confirming that it meets the county strict requirements for voting sites. And of course, Q under that same memo talks about what we're going to deal with. I think it's Court Order 55 today. So that, Judge, we have followed the election code, the Secretary of State. We have followed the methodology that has been set forth by the Secretary of State, and
So,
I have
go
some
ahead.
questions
I
whenever.
think the other
Okay.
I have a question.
Mr. Garcia, Mr. Garcia, do you mind taking, I just have a few questions for you.
So do I.
All right, great. You want to go first?
No, go ahead,
Okay, all right,
Commissioner.
okay, good. All right, so, I look at 43.002 of the Texas Election Code, and it says, the Commissioners Court shall designate the recommended locations as the polling place unless finding of good cause for the recommendation. Would the failure of a CO be good cause? In other words, if they don't have a CO,
That's a first.
certificate of occupancy?
That's a first, and I have to get you an answer on that. and
Fair
run
enough.
it by council.
I've asked the DA to take a look at that.
Yes.
My recollection from my voter protection days is it's required. I think it's a federal requirement.
Yeah, I think it is too. But let us not guess
we'll
on that.
see.
Yeah, exactly. Then I look at 43.031. It says the building selected for a polling place shall be a public building if practical. And then we look at the definition of what is meant by public building. And it says in this subchapter, public building means buildings owned or controlled by the state or political subdivision. That would indicate the city of Rowlett's building to be the preferred spot. Am I right there or am I wrong?
I think the key word there is if practicable.
Yeah.
If the building right next door to that one were it, then I guess we would be talking apples to apples, right? There's different factors.
Now
there.
listen, this is John Wiley Price's district, and I don't mean to step on any toes. Okay?
Thank you.
I mean, I really don't. But can I offer this suggestion, just a thought? How about opening up both places? You know, if one has to go away because of the CO, then the other one's already there. And you could just open up both. It's just a thought. It is your spot. I'm not stepping on your toes.
Okay, how much would that cost? I mean, that, yeah.
And can it, my
So
question, can it be done?
Thank you.
That's-
We are 35 days away from the election, so
No, you are 21 days away from that polling place being
right.
open.
So,
So,
point is, things that are probably, I would come in here and say, sure, we'll look at it. I'm in a different mode right now. Let me get back to you on that because we've already completed programming. We've already mailed out ballots. We've already started programming equipment. We've already scheduled logistics for delivery. And I know it's just one place. But before I say yes or no, I want to go back and talk to my team and then tell you, here's a risk of doing something like that.
yeah, why don't we do that and the DA look at the CO issue? That may be state law in South Carolina, but I have run into this before, and you had to have a CO somewhere else. So if that's federal law, then you have to have a CO. So we would need to check that. And then I think, I don't know, maybe Alberta, maybe you can help us in a call with the city of Rowlett. I'm trying to figure out if it's possible for this church to meet these CO requirements if a CO is required. I don't want to wait 10 days and now it's 11 days before early vote, right? So we have got to get that, deal figured out, right?
Look, have you checked, you rated this, 97.1.
97.7.
Yes, and I know there are a lot of questions about I want to make sure we clarify something. The surveys we do of locations make sure that the locations meet the requirements of the Department of Justice and federal law.
Exactly.
They don't look at capacity. So the American Airlines Arena, when it was used in 2020, passed a survey, and Freedom Church passes a survey. That means they can both be used. It doesn't speak to how many people can be processed, how big it is or anything like that. So what the survey tells us is, yes, we can use it. Someone in a wheelchair will be able to enter and leave without any obstacles. There's parking, there's this, there's that. And that's where the survey stops.
Okay.
So it is, yes, the survey
And that's the
does tell us
standard
it's
you
a
use for
perfectly-
all of them, correct?
Correct. And the survey tells us it's a compliant building that can be used as a polling place. That's it.
Okay, so it met the standards.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, and I, agree with Commissioner Sommerman. I think the question is a question that needs to be asked, and the judges also say it. I don't want to be like some of the speakers say today, 11 days before the election, with everything print and even further into this hole. I understand where you're coming, and obviously it's Commissioner Price's district, and we will, look at him. But I agree with the recommendation if, to just be safe, can we have both locations? That way, whatever happens in the next 11 days, can be changed, solved, extended. I don't know, Commissioner. I
don't want to play this gamesmanship. See, what y'all are doing, y'all are weighing in now. Been here before. In the annex building, there was a Freedom Church thing came into play. The mayor said, I'm calling it. He said, I want it in the annex building because it's a city council election. I acquiesced. I said, okay, city council election, you don't want it there? Fine.
But this is the rec center, right, Commissioner?
No, it was the annex. It was the annex building.
They want the rec center now.
Now, yeah, oh yeah, now.
Better location.
Anything except the Freedom Church. And like you said, you don't understand all of the dynamics that are going on out there. The man had a contract with us. I talked to him. He tore the contract up.
What man?
The one for
Freedom Church.
Oh.
Yeah, he had a contract for the last election. And because I acquiesced to the mayor for this same kind of.
And he tore it up.
Yeah. So he tore the contract up.
Not the first time. That
This ain't the
round was
first
done.
time.
Right.
Yeah, this ain't the first rodeo. So my point is, he tore it up. He tore the contract up. And so I said,
Which
okay.
was decent of him because he could have charged us.
Huh?
Which is good of him because he could have tried to say.
Yes, he could have, but he didn't. And so I said, okay, the next deal we'll work with you. And so we worked with him. We used the election in terms of validating. They did that. All this has come up lately. They'll figure out a way to get there. I mean, it's interesting size, and I really don't want to bring this up, but what's all of this square foot and parking spaces? There are a lot of places that we have, and I can name them, and some are forced on me, that don't have a CO. Okay? So we don't really want to go down that road. So I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, it is what it is.
I get it.
It's not my requirement.
I got it. Well, let me just tell you something. Since the councilwoman talk, they can do that CO thing. I think there's appeals process. So now we're gonna hold it up longer. Stop. I'm just saying.
I have a lot of work to do.
I know you
Scenario,
do.
right? If it comes through, if it doesn't, if it changes. and
Correct.
I'm gonna have to have a lot of plans in place to figure out how to react as we move
And
forward with
I
this.
think we should be prepared for them not getting the CO.
That is
You
one
have
scenario.
9 days. I mean,
That is one scenario, and I would ask the court.
What are you talking
Well, Commissioner, getting a CO with the city, I mean, can take certain
Didn't you
requirements.
just hear me? I know you were with city.
I-
It's called an appeals process.
I know, Commissioner, but that can take
Appeal without a
time.
CO, though.
Sure you can.
I know, but what I'm saying is you would be, if you're that.
And I don't
free-
want to put this in the councilwoman
see
either
it.
because,
No, it's not in the no appeal, Judge.
no, that's okay, Councilwoman. I mean, how long will a CO take? I don't want to ask you that because I'm pretty sure you won't know.
They appeal it.
If I understand what you're saying, right,
not an
Commissioner
expert
Price,
on
and tell me if this is what you're saying, and I think I understand what you're saying. It goes like this. If the church appeals it, the CO that they currently have, this temporary one, will be in place, and it may be after the election before you have resolution. But the presumption is that the CO is in place?
I don't know. I'm not an expert on building.
I'm not
code,
either, but I was
so-
just asking you if that's what you were saying.
I'm not expert either, but I know that it can take longer than 9 or 10 days.
I know, that's
Even
what I'm
if they
saying.
appeal, it can take even longer. So my recommendation, like Commissioner SOMMERMAN, Commissioner, you don't have to listen to me. I know that. Is that we're prepared with a second location, just to be safe.
We're having
We
both.
do what?
Have
Put them
both,
both up.
yeah.
Both, okay.
Put them both up.
Well, we can't do anything today because it's not on our agenda. It'd be an emergency meeting.
Agreed,
or
agreed.
Correct.
Special
I
call
don't
meeting. And once
think
that
today
becomes,
the court can take action. This is a briefing
yeah,
item.
can take action
Agreed.
today.
So and because we already approved the list, and maybe, please, DAs, tell me if I have to stop talking at any point, but because we already approved the list, any change to the list has to be a court action, unless we have, and I'm not even sure about this part, some sort of emergency, like if there's a flood or a fire and all of a sudden we have to take action.
We
Beyond
can make
the reach of the
if
court
something has to happen, we'll
Right,
do it.
which
through
I don't know
court
if the CO will even fall into that, right? If it's rejected too close, if that falls, so there's a lot of research to do, but I think a decision can be made today. What I'm gonna do is prepare myself for a potential, kind of like a flood emergency. Hey, the building became unavailable, where do we go now?
Correct.
And that is a scenario I would love to leave today with some guidance on, so I can say, if, then what? Where would we prefer to go?
You have a preference?
We have two choices.
No, I'm gonna talk.
The City Hall or the Rec Center. Where would I line up my plans if the CO thing does, because I have to think about that. If
Right.
the certificate of occupancy thing becomes a problem and we get to a point where the DA's office tells us, you cannot, what do I do? Where do I go? Where would you prefer me to go, the City Hall or the Rec Center?
Correct.
And that's it. I just have the plan there. If we never trigger it, great. We never trigger it, we stay where we are. But if we do, I have it ready.
And we have a special call meeting.
Okay.
Okay, so
Not gonna make a
things,
Where are
decision.
we leaving this?
so I think where we are is a team of people need to talk to with expertise, need to talk to the city manager perhaps of Rowlett on this CO issue. Barbara's team is looking if that is required. Commissioner Price needs to be thinking about if those things were to be an impediment, where he would like to see it moved. And then once we get a little bit more information, if anything needs to happen, I'll call a special meeting on 72 hours notice, so that we can get it done sooner rather than later. Again, I don't want to wait 10 days to see what happens. I want us to try to figure it out quickly. I'm just very I have two concerns here that I want to express. One is you could run into these what is the unintended consequence of moving a polling place 21 days before early vote starts, and what happens next time? Is everyone going to look at polling places late, decide I don't like this one and I need to move it? So that causes me a great amount of trouble. And then, as I told somebody yesterday, I'm not running, but if I were running, I would have already printed my mail, and I would have already printed my walk pieces, and the walk pieces in Rowlett would say go to wherever the early voting place is that's been on the books for a year. So that's a concern for me. Now, all these other things are concerns too that y'all brought up. But anyway, so we have a lot of work to do to figure it out. Yes.
I am unaware that that location has been early voting for over a year. I was understanding that that was published in August, or this year.
Okay, was it?
For over a year.
Okay. Do you know when is? I know I've
Got it right.
Yeah.
I know I voted on it twice and asked questions both times. I remember asking why this place.
Right. So I'm going to go into some part of it that I wasn't here for, but here's my understanding. There's been this back and forth with the city on where to vote in Rowlett for years.
Okay.
So the city has preferred not to have election day, and so we were doing early voting in City Hall, election day at a school nearby. When the VSAC came into play, VSAC said, which every elections official will tell you, would prefer to have the same location, rather than have people coming into one building for 2 weeks and then run into, oh, it's not here today, go somewhere else.
Correct.
When that discussion happened, the city was still reluctant to, my understanding again, a year ago, no, we don't want election day here. And so the move was, well, we have this church that says it can do early voting and election day. That criteria prevailed for VSAC and said, that is worth a lot to stay there and keep it downtown. Normally in a presidential year, you don't want to make changes and say, look, we just moved one of the most important polling places in the area a mile or two down the road when people have been used to coming here. Those are the kinds of changes that we would normally make starting next year, not right now. And so during these discussions of where to put the locations in 2024, staying downtown became an important thing for Commissioner Price, saying, look, we've got the church that can do both. It's been pre-cleared, everything he said. Let's stay there. The rec center was mentioned at some point, actually, when the city first told us, hey, City Hall's not available, we have the rec center. I initially told the commissioner we got the rec center. But at that point, 2 months ago, the room the city was giving us in the rec center was much smaller, and it was comparable to what we had in Freedom Place Church. Now that this conversation has happened, the city has offered a different room in the rec center. So there's a lot of back and forth along all of this.
I know what's going on.
My point with this is when this decision was made back in July, things were a lot different than they are right now. It was smaller, comparable room. And so I think the criteria, Commissioner, that's what we talked about was, then why were you going to move it away from where people are used to going than just stay downtown and do it at the church? That's the snapshot of when the decision was made. And I just wanted to make that clear because there's a whole, history behind this location.
Okay, well, and I'm not saying anything negative about the city with this change, but the fact is we're 21 days before, and we need to get our work done to figure out what to do really quickly.
Yes.
And did you have, we're kind of going a little off script with this back and forth, but it's helpful, so go ahead. Anything else?
I appreciate it very much. I don't know how there could be a comparison made of the size of the rec center with the church, because the rec center is obviously much larger.
It was a room. They didn't offer us the entire rec center. It's no different than some of our other polling places. We've had to veto other polling places because they crammed us in a room when they had a large site, a large footprint, and they're in my district. But they put us in a room that was not sufficient, not even just to house the equipment, much less the voting patterns. So, no, you did not. I think, and I'm glad, like I said, Mr. Garcia, you did not offer the rec center. You offered a room in the rec center.
So I will go back to my people and understand this more clearly. It was my understanding that our interim city secretary was with the voting people that came from the voter, your place, and they were pleased with the location. So I will obviously follow up with you more, or with you to make sure. The other thing I want to make sure everybody understands is that I think the presumption on the certificate of occupancy would not be that it would go forward, it would stay open. I think that the presumption would be if it is not cured, that certificate of occupancy would be revoked.
I don't know.
Right?
That's something else we'll have to look at too, because I'm not an expert. But
I certainly am not either, but that from reading the letter to the church, that would have been my understanding.
Do you guys have Robert?
And Commissioner Wiley,
Marshall.
can you tell me also what room was offered? If there was only one room offered?
You remember what room was offered in the rec center? Well, that's the reason. Well, that's the reason elections said it was smaller than the church. Marshall, what were you going to say?
Commissioner, just to clarify a little bit about the certificate of occupancy. I deal with that also in the unincorporated areas of the county and work with other cities in Wilmer and Hutchins. Now, if you don't have a CO in there, then the building official should have shut it down. But it's still operating, correct?
Yeah, it's still operating.
It's working.
Yeah.
I mean, so, they have a point to appeal that if.
That's what I just told them.
But when
if
they
don't
appeal
listen
it,
to
is
me.
it still good while they're appealing it? Or we'll ask a lawyer, but do you know?
It's operating without.
It's operating right now without it.
I mean,
If they pulled it, and that's the building official has to do that.
That's exactly right.
Okay, if I've got a CO and I get my CO pulled, can I continue to operate while I'm appealing it? That's the question.
If there's violations, you have to correct those violations.
And if I can't, can I still operate?
You appeal it.
Go ahead and you have a 14-day grace period that we confer with the building occupancy to correct those matters. So at that time, they can still, unless there's something life safety, saying there's a danger to that building of collapsing or stuff, then that's when the city or the building official will condemn that building.
Okay, and not that I don't believe you, but if the DA could get us a memo on that too, because we need it from a lawyer. All right, thank you all so very much. All right.
So, and of course, Election Day judges is one of our court orders.
Yeah, that's actually on the orders.
Yeah, no, I got it.
I also want to recognize Mr. Cordell Coleman
Yes.
and Ms. Jasmine Flores, Democratic Party Chair and Vice Chair. Thank you all for your leadership and for being here with us. We really appreciate you.
Yeah, and a quick moment of personal privilege on two things. A happy birthday, Jimmy Carter, who turns 100 today. And, what a great humanitarian. He's celebrating his birthday by building 30 houses and having a concert. So not surprising with Jimmy Carter that his birthday would be him wanting to give back to the community and to the world. On a more grave note, I just saw on my phone the White House is saying that Iran is preparing an imminent ballistic missile attack against Israel. And so prayers for the people in Israel and Gaza and Lebanon, Iran, all the places over there, if that escalates to the extent of ballistic missiles. So that takes us to our bids.
It's the bids or consent.
Consent agenda.
Consent
I'm
agenda.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
You're right.
consent agenda. I move the consent agenda.
And I pull personal.
Okay. Consent agenda, absent personnel has been moved by Commissioner Price. Is there a second?
Yes, second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next, we'll take up personnel.
Move personnel.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
No, the same thing. We need more diversity, and this time is with the juvenile department. The juvenile department and Mr. Griffith, thank you so much for being here as an interim director. I mean, you see the numbers. You're not surprised about this. So, I will be voting no.
Call the question.
Those are minor, I'm sorry, and all of the commissioners at the top. But before we do that, though, since we have mentioned juvenile, I want to commend Mike Griffith, not touching on this particular hiring, but just the work that you've done since you've been here. Great job. Couldn't be happier with the work that you're doing.
Here, here.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion, no. Okay, motion carries 4-1, I think, on that, right? Or was there any abstentions?
No abstentions.
All right, next is
The awards,
Award of the
Judge.
bids.
Bids. I move the award of bids.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next is, there are no RFPs, and that we go to court orders. And what I've got, let me see if they've updated that. Hang on, they have not. So one has been pulled, I don't know why.
Well,
or
no.
who
Wait,
pulled it.
wait, but we have a question. Here it is, Commissioner Price.
got it, yeah.
We had a question because Commissioner Daniel pulled several items, but Commissioner, you didn't say if it was for 2 weeks or just for comments or just for individual vote.
Well, number 24 would be for 2 weeks.
Okay, so, yeah, that one says that.
Okay.
But
The
other
others,
130,
I-
50, and 51?
Yeah, they're mine. I'm going to comment on it.
Oh, okay, so they're for
Does
comments.
say they don't need to be pulled, or they do?
No,
No,
they don't
for
need-
comments. So,
Okay, so then what we have is 24 pulled for 2 weeks. We'll have some comments, and that's it, correct?
that's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Judge-
Is there?
Judge
oh,
and Commissioners, we need to pull item 51
One?
until after
The
closed session.
executive session.
Okay.
That was the reason I pulled
Okay.
it. for-
Did you have any amendments that we needed to make?
On 63, yes, after we pull up the bulk of the orders.
Okay, so you need to pull 63, Mr. Reed?
No, ma'am, I can just read the correction in.
Okay, sounds good, Judge. There you have it. You only pulled 24 for 2 weeks. There's comments on 1, 32, 50, 51, 15, 37, and then you just, Mr. Reed will add something to addendum 63.
And I have a comment about 63 for Commissioner Daniel.
Okay, yeah, I'm ready to support that one.
Okay, I'm going to move. I'm going to move 1 through 63.
Three. Pulling 24 for 2 weeks,
Yeah, right.
and that's it.
Yeah.
Second.
And Judge, let me just say, the reason, one is $6,132. It's for everything from in-car cameras to body-worn cameras to, I guess, what they call bulletproof vests. I mean, the whole 9 yards. And electrical weapons. And I brought this up doing budget. And Sheriff, I'm glad to see y'all here. I want to know, first of all, when I heard, and Sheriff, I don't know if you want to come forward, it's a $6 million, and hopefully Dr. Watkins, don't know if I gave you enough notice, but I'm hearing things like people tailoring vest, bulletproof vest, and I'm hearing that bulletproof vest only have a shelf life of 4 years, 5 years. So somebody, maybe y'all can come and help me out with this, because first of all, I got a problem with the tailoring. That's number one. Number two, if it's a 4 or 5 year cycling, then are we buying it in tiering, scoping? So you just, and this is just not, and I want you to understand, this is not sheriff, this is constable, this is everybody. And that's what I just saw $6 million.
Yes, this is for marshal, constable, and sheriffs.
Okay. So somebody want to start talking to me about this shelf life on a bulletproof vest?
It is correct. Every vest has a shelf life. It generally runs 5 years. And so what we do is we set a cycle up where ever so often this group of people, they have to have their vest replaced because of the shelf life. That's something that's across the board that happens in law enforcement.
Okay, let me ask you this. What about this tailoring? And I heard this not from your office, I heard it from another law enforcement agency, said they tailor these dadgum vests.
Absolutely. They must be tailored. I can't wear his. He can't wear mine. And especially in terms of females, they have to be set a certain way.
Okay. So I take it you have a schedule on this, and I'm talking Dr. Watkins now, with the because $6 million, I mean, that's the only thing that got my attention.
So this is over a 5-year period, the $6 million, Commissioner.
Yeah, and this was, we already approved this.
Yes, and it's just for the
But this is
language.
We did it in the budget. I get that, Judge, but it's here today. We're amending this 5-year acquisition.
But we're amending the language to our
for
benefit.
CJIS compliance. It's for security and CJIS. It's already been briefed and approved through purchasing. And then this was an additional item that was brought up through Civil DA for the CJIS.
Okay. You didn't, well, I remember voting on, because I asked her to put stuff in the budget.
Yes, sir, it's in the budget.
I get that.
Okay.
I guess what I've never seen this $6 million
Well,
tag.
you will see it when it's initial briefing, that's an estimate. But then when you look at the schedule, when Mr. Frosch and his team briefs it, it's usually over the lifetime of the contract. So for year 5, the estimated amount that was included was from year 1 through year 5 for a total of the $6 million.
Okay.
And so for the sheriff, they do have that line item in this budget.
And she
for
just
the marshals, they have it in the budget.
Okay.
So it's included, but it's not the total $6 million.
Okay, I got it.
Okay.
And she moved, and I moved it. I get it. I just needed that explanation, and I guess she just helped me out with this tailoring thing. Never thought about it, but I know in other law enforcement, I didn't call her, that if they leave. Now, see, this is what I'm not understanding. In some other law enforcement agencies, if they leave, they tell me the vest stays with the department. Is that correct?
So there's been discussion with some of our departments about that, but typically they're wanting, because they're fitted, that they leave with the officer. And so specifically in the constables, they've asked for reimbursement if the person goes to a different department to offset that cost.
Okay.
Well, that's fine. As long as you pay for it, that's fine.
No, when
I'm saying,
the department pays for it.
What I'm saying is, if you want to get your vest and then you want to leave and go work for, whatever, Arlington, if you want to take your vest with you, pay us back,
Some agencies hang on to those vests. They do require that those vests be turned in, because everybody who leaves does not go back into law enforcement. And so they require that those vests be turned in. And I have an experience where we would give those vests to agencies who were not able to afford vests
That's cool, too.
for their
I just don't-
officers. When I got into law enforcement a few years ago, well, I bought my own vest because it was not issued equipment. And so there are still agencies today who do not have vests as issued equipment. And so what we
Are
do.
those agencies in Dallas County though, mostly? Or are we giving them to?
Well, you
So-
may have one or two.
Okay, see, so, I mean, here'd be a little concern on that, is our taxpayers are paying for these vests for our deputies, and then when our deputy says, I don't wanna be a deputy anymore, I wanna be a Weatherford police officer, and I wanna take my vest with me, cool, just pay us for it. But I'd rather get a little bit of money back for our taxpayers than, you know, I love everybody, but to help somebody in Karnes, Texas with our taxpayers' money, I'd rather us get our taxpayers' money back. You know?
But if they've met the shelf life, especially.
Oh, yeah, if they met the shelf
then,
life,
you
sure.
know, do you really want to carry that liability? You just say,
no.
you know what, I have these, they've expired, but if you want them, then we'll go through the proper process to make sure that you can have them.
Yeah, that is absolutely fine. What I'm saying is, so John Smith gets a new vest, he's a sheriff's deputy, and then he says, you know what, I'm moving to Weatherford, I'm gonna be a police officer there. So he's got another 4.5 years left on his vest. I'm saying if he wants to pay us for that vest because it's already fitted to him, and we roll that back into the taxpayers or back into commissary fund, whatever, then that to me is better than taking John's vest and giving it to some small police force.
They're
somewhere.
used now I'm speaking for the sheriff's department, but they are used in the interim because while they are tailored, there are people who can wear the same size vest. So we can still use it during that 4-year period.
Okay. Well, my point is I just would like to see us use it or get our money if we can before, and I'm all for you helping these small departments, but before we give away to the small departments, because it's our taxpayers that paid for it, right? So if anybody can use it in the county, then that's, especially y'all, that's better than giving it away to.
So you like a storehouse of where equipment
Is that what
is
you're saying,
and
dude?
vests,
Yeah, I don't wanna do
or to be used by
When
Dallas County.
an employee leaves, there is a checklist, and they must return the equipment that has been issued to them, and the vest is included in that equipment.
Yeah, and I don't make a brouhaha. I just want some explanation because I really want to understand. As I said, I've seen the briefing. It was just when I saw that $6 million, and I know you and I talked during budget about this whole taser deal, the body cam. I'll support all of that.
I think all you guys kind of asked questions when you saw the $6 million.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you for
It's over a
not making it
5-year
look like, hey, I'm an outlier.
That's
That's
over
what
a
they do.
5-year
Well, he asked and I support it, Sheriff. I'm just trying to get a good explanation, and we need to get a good, policy. And I'm like her. If you're giving it away, and we don't want no liability, like you said, especially if it is expired. But if it hasn't, then we need to create some kind of policy. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Okay. That was, okay, Judge.
Thank
I
you,
think
Sheriff.
that was pretty much it. I took the other
Oh,
one
you got?
to closed session. Well, the other one is going to closed session. And I do want to, I guess that first administrative judicial region contribution, they tell me, is.
Number 50.
Yeah, number 50, who's driving that.
$161,000.
Is that pretty much, Ms. Smith, Ms. Yashika Smith, is that pretty much where it's been for that first administrative judicial region county contribution?
It has increased from last year, but the previous year it decreased.
Okay.
So it's
And the increase
pretty
is-
steady.
Yeah, pretty de minimis increase.
So is it pretty much de minimis from the increase?
It's
Yes,
not
I
a
believe
big
so.
increase. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds
That's
good.
it. That's it.
I have some comments too, Judge.
But before we get to those, as we're briefing these, we want to really focus on briefing in such a way that not only can the commissioners tell that you understand what you're briefing and you get the information out, but that the public gets it. So, like when we're briefing something like that, what we want to brief is this is an increase of I forget what it is, but $3,500 from the previous year. When we're briefing something like a grant, is there a catch match? Or like when we briefed one, what we said is, here's 2 paragraphs that are changing. But if you wanted to know why we changed the 2 paragraphs, it wasn't in the briefing, so then you had to ask. But we should brief in such a way that, because the public's not gonna be able to call and say, hey, why'd this change? We should brief in such a way that it's clear, it's very clear to anyone who reads that, including the public, what's happening, right? These 2 paragraphs were changed. Here's the old paragraph, here's a new paragraph, changed the
I have some
procedures.
questions for the sheriff. Is she leaving?
Yeah, you wanna grab her?
Can you grab her? Thank you. Sorry, Judge.
No, please go ahead. And I've got the thing to read into the record on 53, which I'll get to when we get to 53.
Okay.
And we have an amendment to 63. Why don't we do that right
And
now?
we'll read that one in the record too.
Yep, for 63, we inadvertently left off the words area partnership to end and prevent from the committee name, and it inadvertently referenced the wrong committee.
Okay.
And for, if we're doing them now, and for 53 is a brief extension, but it does not change our new policy of requiring a wet signature. In other words, not a verbal okay, but an actual signed document from either the decedent before they passed or their family next of kin after their death, before their body can be turned over for scientific purposes.
Correct. And I
Is
think
that
that
good enough? Okay.
Yeah, I think that's clear enough. That was 60, the extension, 63, yes.
Sure.
Yeah, it was 63. Thank you, Sheriff. I mean, I just wanted to make some comments on Court Order 15. I am very excited about having the Home for Hounds back. I know that this is a program that we started in 2017, and I was very pleased to see it. I had a few questions.
Let me stop you because
15
we've not brought that program back. It's in there in the event that we choose to do so.
Oh.
The problem is spacing. So right now, our primary concern is where do we put the people? So we can't sacrifice a pod for the program right now. But
So is here allocating $24,000 because in case
in
that
the
you
event
did-
that we are able to accommodate.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. So the forfeiture funds that you have here, the $3.9 million, are for what exactly? I mean, I thought that was going to be for programs where that money was allocated.
Are you talking about asset forfeiture or are you talking about commissary? They're two different things.
Commissary.
Okay.
Commissary is where you have 3.9 million.
Uh-huh.
And these court orders say that these budgets, thank you, Jesus, are going to be uploaded into Oracle Fusion, and it will be used for salaries, expenses, conference staff, development, jail supplies, and other operations.
Right.
So commissaries is specifically, if I understand correctly, for inmates' benefit, right?
That is correct.
So that includes programs, right?
That is
Or
correct.
salaries,
Mhm.
traveling, and staff development. And I want to thank, Deputy Chief Shannon Herklos yesterday, because he really told me that for the traveling, which has been one of my questions, it has to be very specific travel
Right.
that will improve the inmate,
For the benefit
for
of
the
the
benefit
inmate.
of the inmate. That
Yes.
will improve
Whether
directly.
that be knowledge that we are giving to our people so that they can better take care of the people who are charged to our care. Yes. indeed.
Right. So I did, in the past, actually my staff contacted yesterday the jail commissions because I wanted to be sure that what I say today and the part of the statute that it is, those says that it has to be
You
specific
didn't
for
believe
that.
Chief Herclocks?
Oh no, I talked to him afterwards.
Oh, okay.
No, I talked to
Okay.
Representative Woody over there, but then I couldn't get a hold of him.
The
Later
director.
he called me, so it was good. I was just excited about Home for Hounds coming back. I guess the excitement goes down. I just wanted to be sure that, Ms. Sykes is not there anymore, right?
That is correct. She has
So
been given a
who
different
will
assignment.
take care in case of this comes? I
Director
know.
Aaron.
Aaron, okay. Well, I remember, when I worked with this program, it was a very successful program. Chief, I know that Ms. Lara at the time with the Grand Prairie Animal Shelter, with then Sheriff, we worked together, and the cost was about $3,500 per, per case, per inmate. And I wanted to just have a few questions if it will be for male and female inmates. Also, what kind of program we were going to have. It was very successful at the time. Of the 100 dogs that passed through the jail, 99 got adopted, so which was a fantastic, and sadly it was stopped with the pandemic, and we never got a chance to track how many of the inmates, because the idea was that the inmates will get their certificate as dog trainers and the recidivism will go down. But the program didn't last long enough. So I just wanted to thank you for bringing it back, but I guess it's not coming back.
Yes, and again, let me stress the importance.
And so this $24,000 probably will go back into commissary.
It is very likely that if that program does not come back, it will definitely go back into there and be attributed to something else, some other program. So thank you so much
And
for
can
your
I
question.
ask you, okay, that's it. If it's not coming back, I don't think to ask you if all the other things that I wanted to, brag about, but that's it. So hopefully you'll come back, Sheriff, with more programs for inmates, not only the 5 that are required by state. Okay, thank you. The last question for you was the pest control. I know that Commissioner Price told me last time that in the last agenda, we have a full-time personnel that was going to be with your office Monday through Friday, full day. So in this contract of pest control, what is the change? Because I know I asked at the time, Dr. Watkins, why do we need a full-time one person from the company specifically for your office? And now I see a whole contract. Is this together? Is this, what happened? Do we have a lot of rats, something going wrong there?
Yes.
Well, Commissioner,
Do I need
actually,
cats?
as you know, the facility is really, really old. We have several things we need to take care of as it relates to the contract with Massey. They come and to our facility once a week. Well, with the problems that we have to have a more robust treatment, which came before you guys some time ago. And what we found out was their coming and addressing our concerns were not adequate. So we needed them here to address the concerns immediately because the facility is so big and so many parts. We needed them here to address our concerns right now, not once a week. So we needed more robust treatment and quick response.
But my question is, so that what we passed last week, Dr. Watkins, is the same thing included in this item. So it will only be one person going separately from the facilities department, right?
No.
This is a person under the contract. Yes.
This is
the contract.
This is the same contract.
This is the contract. We talked to facilities and all, and what Chief Herclocks and the staff and Chief Robinson all have talked about, and Parkland.
Yeah, right.
We've got an extensive problem. That's all I'm gonna say.
That I know, but I just wanted to understand. It's not coming from our facilities. It's coming from the contract coming out, funding and elements as well.
It's been budgeted in their department already for this contract.
Okay, perfect. And that was my question. Thank you very much. I'm very sad about the Home for Hounds. The next thing I wanted to mention was agenda item number 37. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, Sheriff. Yeah,
Thank you so much. Hopefully, we can come back with some programs from inmates.
Inmates first.
Yeah.
I understand.
Inmates
They
first.
also need to be educated while they're there. Next 37, Dr. Huang, thank you so much for responding. These are new positions. I think the department is looking great considering where we were just a year ago. I do believe that while we have more than 17 languages, 19 if I remember correctly, and additional Spanish speakers because of the refugee crisis that is coming will be needed, and I will recommend that some of these positions are filled by bilingual Spanish speakers, since we only have 4. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
But you have 4 out of what?
19.
Out of 19.
Mhm.
But what is
And
the
you speak 17 languages.
Well, okay.
So more
okay.
of one are
Exactly.
bilingual, but right now the crisis is with Spanish speakers. So, thank you, Dr. Huang. Appreciate it as always.
Call
That was it.
All right, I have a comment on item number 63. Commissioner Daniel, dear God, I understand the job you've been doing for the last 8 years associated with DAP, and I just got to say thank you for all your hard work. I met
Yes, we just
many of
figured
those.
you didn't have nothing to do, so we're gonna give you something.
Thank you.
I brought you a gift,
Oh,
but I then left it at home. So you get a gift. I'll get it to you next time.
all right, good. But dear God, I met with some of those personalities, and you've been dealing with those how long? God bless you. And
But it's good stuff.
it is good stuff, and I want to thank you for all your efforts and the wrangling of those issues and the way that you've brought that committee forward. I just can't say enough about it, and thank you. Appreciate it.
The official handover.
No, God bless. Thank you.
Well, Commissioner Sommerman, we can wait to support you.
All right, good. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
I see you got something to do. Anyway, call the question.
All right. The question on the non-pulled court orders is called. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I forgot one other moment of personal privilege. Today is Scott Forster's birthday. Happy birthday, Chief. So glad you're here. One of the Chief Forster, HSEM.
Oh, yeah.
So happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Hopefully we get paid by FEMA
All right.
sometime ever in this world.
Yeah, and a
future.
great job on that, getting us in the position where we can get reimbursed. All right, so now this takes us to our remaining speakers. So we've already read the rules of decorum for our public speakers, and I'll call those who were not previously called. Our first public speaker on matters not before the agenda today is Jaleel Ashford. Jaleel Ashford. Not online, okay. And next is Dolores, and she is coming in the back door. Okay. I saw him out there. There he is.
Dolores Phillips, thank you for allowing me to speak. You do have handouts. On page 13 of the second handout, it shows the order appointing attorney ad litem Deputy Sharma. That's your Dallas County attorney ad litem. I allege that it was negligence, her neglecting my dad, and I do believe it's because retaliation of me speaking of the ongoing cover-up within a cover-up and the ongoing retaliation in violation of 18 U.S.C. 241, 242, and 18 U.S.C. Chapter 73, obstruction of justice. Ms. Sharma used the fabricated police report off the record. Also, you have a handout from the USA Today article involving Sheila Squire. She was my federal investigator back in 2006. On page 2 of that article that she did, that interview that she did with USA Today, on page 2, I have it highlighted. Paragraph 5, Sheila Squire said, a black investigator at the agency for more than 30 years until she retired in 2017. I want you to scroll down. Chapter 8 states, several district directors responded to her complaints by refusing to sign off on her investigations. I was one of those. Miss Sheila Squire, looking just like me, come from where I come from, looked like a deer in headlights. I asked her what was the process, and she told me the process. She said, if I find a violation, my supervisor would sign off on it. I asked her, what if her supervisor did not? She said it would go nowhere. 15 years later, from 2006 of talking to me in 2021, Sheila Squire said that at the time she was being subjected to discrimination just like me when she was investigating my complaint. I'm alleging Dallas County as a municipality, City of Dallas as municipalities operates as a racket internally as a civil and RICO against citizens. If you as a government agency re-victimize people for speaking of injustices, derailing justice, throwing them under the bus for speaking of an injustice, then that's a coup. The collusion continues. In the fabricated police report, Ms. Valise Thorne, who worked for DPD, said that they were getting ready to right their wrong. Her and Miss Sherry, I won't even say her last name. Miss Sherry, I spoke with her. Latter 2018, early 2019, my Sprint bill records, my Metro PCS records will reflect that. She said that she had spoke with Corporal Cotner. Corporal Cotner was ready to right his wrong because he didn't want anything to do with taking me to Green Oaks. It was all retaliation, unlawful imprisonment.
Dolores, you're out of time.
Miss Honorable Jenkins,
Yes.
it's working now.
Okay.
Because it was working the whole time. I do appreciate it, and it's big. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Miller. Mr. Steve Miller. Steve Miller. Steve flew like an eagle. He is not here.
Oh.
All right. Our next speaker is Barry Wernick.
Hello, thank you for having me today. Thank you, Commissioner Sommerman, for actually inviting me. I'm speaking today on countywide voting in general, and I'm demanding, and I think a lot of the people are demanding, that we vote by precinct on Election Day to restore auditability, ballot secrecy. Currently, you're running an illegal election in Dallas County. Per Texas Election Code 122001 voting system standards, a voting system may not be used in an election unless the system preserves the secrecy of the ballot. You have the ability, according to Texas Election Code 123002, to take official action adopting a voting system for use in elections, which may be modified or rescinded at any time by the adopting authority. That's you. So when people say, oh, we're too close to the election, we can't do anything about it, that in fact is not true. Casting ballots by precinct on Election Day is the only way to guarantee that voters have the right to ballot secrecy. Without this option, no voter is guaranteed a secret ballot. And as when I spoke to the election board about this recently, I explained that this is not a partisan issue. All of you are Democrats. You all ran as Democrats. I'm a Republican. I think everyone knows that. But this issue affects Democrats more than 2-to-1 over Republicans. 10.58% of Democrat voters had their constitutional rights to a secret ballot violated on Election Day, compared to 4.54% of Republicans. Not only that, it disenfranchises voters, according to the Brennan Center for Justice, left organization, not a right-wing organization. Countywide voting disenfranchises Hispanics and blacks, and we see it in Dallas County. In fact, we see in Dallas County 13.4% of Democrats' constitutional rights to a secret ballot were violated, Republicans 8.6%. Since we've instituted countywide voting in counties across the state, it has disenfranchised voters. Major drop in voter turnout. Dallas County is down 16.6%. El Paso down 23.3%. Tarrant County down 6.6%. As far as secrecy of the ballot goes, as you know, I probably told you, 4 of the 5 on the election board in Dallas County are Democrats, and I have a copy of their ballots. I can tie their ballot selections to them. On this county court right here, the Commissioner's Court, I have Dr. Garcia, a copy of Dr. Garcia's ballot. As you know, county judge's ballot as well as his mother's ballot. That should not be happening. I will never disclose that information. That is only possible because our election administrator, our county commissioners have approved of an unlawful system. Redacting information that the SOS may be advising doesn't do anything because that privacy of the ballot has already been broken the moment we institute countywide voting. So no matter how much you redact, how little you redact, the election administrator still has that information, the election department still has that information, those are the ones who are redacting the information, and auditability
Mr. Warnick,
always...
you're out of time.
Thank you, and I do want to say afterwards, if you all want to meet with me and we can go over this together, I will discuss this issue with you, and in person, on the phone, or otherwise.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is David Woody III. Oh, go ahead. And then I did this one and this one. That one.
Is that Doc?
I'm sorry, Dr. Woody.
Dr. Woody, yeah. I think it's Dr. Woody. Dr. Woody, you there? Yeah,
There he is.
Yeah,
Hi, Dr. Woody.
You don't have you're muted. You're muted.
We can hear you, Dr. Moody. Can you unmute yourself?
All right, try it now, Dr. Woody.
Talk to us.
Nope, he's still muted.
We can't hear you.
Well, turn your volume up maybe because you...
Hello?
There you go.
There you go. Now we can. Now we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Counter Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak. I am Dr. David Woody III, President and CEO of the Bridge Homeless Recovery Center in Dallas. I wish to thank you for approving the FY25 Dallas County budget funding for the Dallas County community contracts, what was addendum number 56 on the September 17 agenda. More importantly, that item included a 30% increase in your investment in the Bridge Homeless Recovery Center after 16 years of service to the community. When the Bridge Board of Directors Chair, Lynn McBee, and I met with Dallas County budget leaders, Dr. Ronica Watkins and Nathaniel Deers in June of this year, we offered data reflecting the homeless recovery successes accomplished with the Bridge guests over the past 16 years, but also how costs for employee compensation, facility operations, and food costs skyrocketed the last 3 years. We are thankful that they would listen and present to you for approval the funding increase considered. Please know at this time, employees of the Bridge are connecting 700 guests daily to a continuum of day shelter services on our campus, offering night shelter to over 300 guests each night and offering overflow night shelter to over 60 unhoused citizens each evening. During each of the last 6 months, we have seen an average of over 330 guests new to homelessness. This reflects the increase in the homeless optic many of you and your constituents are seeing each day. Since 2008, Dallas County has been a mighty supporter of the model of services delivery to the unsheltered in Dallas County at the Bridge Homeless Recovery Center. It is through our on-campus partnerships with Parkland Hospital and MetroCare Services that our guests' physical and mental health needs are assessed, and that each guest care and housing plan addresses those needs such that a recovery from homelessness pathway, an exit strategy for homelessness is established. Again, the Bridge employees wish to offer guests on our campus access to any and every service necessary to recover from homelessness and to be prepared to sustain a home of their own in Dallas County. Once our data is analyzed, and we are anticipating having engaged nearly 8,000 unique guests during fiscal year 2024, nearly 2,000 more guests than FY23. Again, thank you for carefully contemplating a Dallas County funding increase for the Bridge Homeless Recovery Center. Your support sustains the momentum the Bridge creates in our guests as we aspire to attain our mission empower adults experiencing homelessness in Dallas with the tools to homeless recovery as they move into sustainable housing. Again, finally, homelessness will disappear with more affordable and workforce housing. Be well, and again, thank you. It's great to see you all.
Thank you.
Dr. Woody, I have a quick question for you, or a comment. You run a great operation, and I was very proud that the county stepped up and increased our investment in your organization because you do such a wonderful job. It's my understanding that the city kind of backed away to the same extent that we stepped forward, that we put in an additional $300,000 into the bridge, hoping that the bridge itself would now be greater funded to the tune of $300,000 more than they had in the past. But it's my understanding that the city didn't do that they stepped back $300,000. No, I was just talking about what he was talking about. I apologize.
But it's not on it.
Can you tell us if that's true?
Well, excuse me, Commissioner, I think what she's saying is we can't address him like that. We know where you're going, but.
Let's follow up with this.
Fair enough.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor.
We may put
Thank
that
you all
on
for
another agenda and discuss that because that's very disappointing.
Yep.
I'd love to come back.
Yeah.
Great.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Woody.
And Dr. Woody, we did increase the contribution to the bridge. So thank you for all the work you do.
Thank you.
Bye.
But we actually.
Thank you for the help.
Essentially, we didn't because the city just took the same amount of money and stuck it in their pocket.
Shit, they took $500,000 from us on the jail, so what?
And they did not put.
I know, Miss. I know. I just made it. I was talking to the lights.
Yeah.
$500,000 from the jail.
So.
Preach. Go ahead.
Points of light or something?
Yeah.
This takes us to.
Sounded like a prayer.
Closed session to consider matters under Chapter 551 of the Government Code as previously posted. Any action as a result of the closed session will take place in a subsequent open session. We may have something on 51 to bring back today. Thank you all.
Did you get Sharon Shepherd? They said we.
Pastor?
No, she
It was
wasn't.
not-
She wasn't there.
Was not there.
She wasn't there.
Oh, Judge, are you taking number 51 to executive?
Yes.
Okay, then we need to announce under the. what
Yes,
we're-
there's executive session,
Okay.
51 was taken to.
We're taking Chapter 51 to executive session.
Court order.
Or, I'm
Court
sorry,
order 51 under.
yeah,
Is
court
that
orders.
the personnel concerning employees and
It's appointments.
public officials? Yeah.
Appointments, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I did, and that's what Ms. Randolph, it was very good. Obviously, you know where I'm going, Latinos, we need more and more and more. But, yes, that was it.
I just wanted to make sure you got.
I got it. As a matter of fact, I have it right here. So, thank you so much. No, I brought it for you, my friend. The guys were not gonna do this, you know that, right? Just put different stickers and send us a note, a big note on top of it.
Okay.
You have to sign all the red stickers. Okay. Because what happens right now, there's yellows and black. So if you don't go by every paper, people are gonna do this.
Okay.
You know, just put different stickers and put a note on top. You have to sign, all of you have to sign red stickers. That should help us.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Oh, Commissioner Price is here.
Yeah, I just hadn't gotten old enough to take the divers off, but that's coming.
Okay. Court order.
All right, so we are back in session. Next up is Court Order 51, which was taken, let me make sure that's the right number.
Yeah, that's it.
51, which was taken into closed session for discussion, and now we are ready for a vote. Is there a motion on 51?
My motion,
Hold it.
yeah.
Go ahead.
The motion is to appoint our treasurer, Pauline Medrano, to the Dallas Central Appraisal District
Board of Directors.
Board of Directors.
Second.
All right, so there is a motion and a second to place the name of the Honorable Pauline Medrano in Court Order 51, nomination in Court Order 51. Any unreadiness? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Let the record reflect that 4 members of the court are here. Commissioner SOMMERMAN is not here for this vote, but all other members are here. That concludes our business for today, and the court
Honorable Medrano, do you want to
Oh, you
say
wanna say
anything?
something?
No, thank you very much. Appreciate your support, and I will do the best of my ability. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. We know that.
And then that concludes our business for today. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Pauline, for your willingness to serve. Court stands adjourned.